Okay. Chapter should be out soon. Again, no clue what to expect. I realized there was a typo in the in the title of the stream. I fixed it. I'm surprised no one else caught it. Surprised no one else said anything. Had that whole night to figure it out, bro. Had that whole night to figure it out. Let's see what this chapter is about. Yeah, I have no clue. I'm in the dark. I have no fucking idea what to expect with this chapter. Not real. Good morning, good morning. Hello. I'm a little cold, I'm a little tired, I didn't sleep wonderfully, but I am here. Okay. Let's reload. Should be up now. Okay, what do we got? The boyfriend and Uh-oh. Oh, shit's about to start. I was right. Shit's about to start. Oh, I gotta know if this is like koi or something else. Oh, ooh, shit's about to kick into gear. Okay. If you want to know why I'm freaking out, this is the same name as the arc when they went on the date. It's the same name as the arc when they went on the date. And if it says koi in Japanese, we're gonna find out later. Oh, it's gonna be big. Okay, yeah, shit's kicking into gear. Mizuhara said that she'd date me. Oh, look, she gave him that out of context. Look at how dumb he looks, getting that info from someone else. I feel like I've been in a constant state of shock. Am I going nuts? Well, I don't know anything about that. Well, it was just a hypothetical. We talked yesterday about, if she didn't have her play, what would have happened by now? You two met yesterday. Mizuhara really said that? So clearly, still, that's so direct. That's super direct. She said she'd date me. Here, say, look, she's my girlfriend. So the same stuff when you rented her. Look at the call out. What else? What else did she say? Tell me more. Stop drooling. You're like a newborn baby. Gross. To be honest, that's all I have for you. She's lying. Yeah, because we knew Minnie would lie. Her ridiculous super serious Iron Lady act is still in full force. It didn't seem like Ruka-chan said anything to her either. She's just way too cautious when it comes to anything related to love. Yeah. I think... So this panel's interesting. Why just the ear? This panel is interesting. Why just the ear? I think she was telling the truth when she said she'd date you, but she made it sound like a heavy responsibility. No matter how much you confess your feelings, I can't help but wonder if she'd ever fall in love with anyone, for real. If that's the case, then it's my turn. Huh? If she's made up her mind, then I want to make it happen. It's my turn to make her fall in love. It's my turn to set up. Isn't this literally what you did before? And look who's catching feelings. Minnie's catching feelings for him. Right? Minnie's catching feelings for him. All over again. Because she's just in Chizuru's position. She's seeing the appeal of Kazuya. Yep, that's the spirit. I'll see myself out. I only came here to drop some snacks. Yeah. Okay, thanks. The boyfriend and love one. I really want to know if it's koi. I really, really want to know if it's koi. Because that would tell us so much about where this direction of this arc is going. Presenting for a camera. They're intentionally highlighted. Okay. Goals. But I have no idea. What should I do? Yeah, all talk. Kazuya's favorite thing, being all talk. Go, so happy about what Mizuhara said that I tried way too hard to act cool. Please come back. Come back, Iyamori-san. I don't have any confidence in what I could say or do to make Mizuhara fall in love with me. I don't think he knows what falling in love even means. There is love found in breakdancing. Is he breakdancing? Okay. I basically have to make her heart skip a beat somehow. That's so childish. That's not what love is. When we played Ito, the card game, she says something about receiving a diamond ring inside of a private helicopter. Even if I did that, because she pulled 100, huh? You just did exactly what I described before. A little more. You can't. Can you be a little more creative? Oh, I'm having a massive mental block. But she literally said right afterwards that's not what she wanted. Again, it's him letting his trauma control him. Okay, I don't have the money to rent a helicopter anyway. I bet you'd say it's a waste of money, let alone a diamond ring. What the fuck's he doing? Tons of guys have tried hitting on Mizuhara. I wouldn't doubt that at least 5 other dudes have tried it before me, like a CEO or something. There is also love found in standing on your head. And look, he comes back to mommy. Okay, this is kind of funny. I think Reishi just really wanted to draw this. This is really funny. Look at him. He looks so dumb. Still, what in the world was the deal with Mommy-chan? She made it sound as if she might still be in love with me or something. She also said that Mizuhara got mad at her for being obsessed. But I love Mizuhara. I love how this is his solution to everything. I love Mizuhara. He doesn't delve deep enough to explore any of these conflicts or issues. He just says, I love Mizuhara. You love Chizuru, dipshit. If I tried to kiss Mami-chan at the moment, if I tried to kiss Mami-chan at that moment, she probably would have let me. It was that kind of mood. It's not like I haven't thought about what happens after that. She was so sexy and college men in the position would do it. Huh. The truth comes out. But I won't make the same mistake again. Oh, you silly fool. He's in denial. Besides, she sounds so unsure of herself. She told me to forget it, so I'm going to forget it for now. I have no idea. She asks me what I think. I took a video with my friend to have a look. Oh, look of who you're being reminded of. Oh, look what's haunting you. Oh, no, this is too much to process. Then process it, punk. God damn it, whenever I see Ruka-chan, I feel guilty about that day all over again. I don't even know where to keep resolving any of these feelings. I don't even know where to begin resolving any of these feelings. But you have to start. No, I already made a commitment. I already made a commitment in front of Yamori-san. I need to think about it. I need to think about only Mizuhara. Nothing else matters. Be positive and stay positive. You can find nearly the same panel 2 pages back. Okay, look at this. Is great. This is great. It's so self-aware. like Reishi knows about the fucking repetition, and he's like, yeah, you just go back a little bit, you'll see it again. Look at him lie to himself. Yes, this is stupid because he's lying to himself. An issue constantly presents itself to him, and he ignores it. He conditions himself, and he lies to himself. It's literally set up, being spelled out for you, for wherever this arc is going to go. Plus, my feelings for Mizuhara go beyond physical attraction. Oh, you silly boy. I don't just want to have sex with her. I mean, I do. I really, really do. But it's more than that. I want to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. Man, how am I ever gonna let her know all this? You could just say it. Say it! It's not a... I can't rely on Yamori-san forever. If I'm going to get advice about Mizuhara, then I know exactly who to ask. Okay, so Sumi's going to show up. It's about time. And isn't this funny? He's saying the same exact things he said in the date. It's very intentional that we're essentially calling back to the date here. It's not even subtle. All women are temptresses. I'm being tortured. Wow, this really is the hero's journey subverted. Because there's literally a part in the hero's journey where the main character of the hero's journey deals with a temptress. Kazuya's conditioned himself, all these women are tempting him. When he has a huge part to play in this too. No, they're not just tempting you. Ruka fucking loves you, idiot. 1 week later. Oh my god, he wore the stupid beanie. He wore the stupid beanie she got him. He hasn't worn this at... It skipped a week. Oh, it's... Okay, yeah. Okay, shit's getting into gear. Oh, no, I was fucking right. Okay, this is the beginning. It's starting. It's starting, fellas. It is beginning. We are starting. Everything is about to happen now. Everything you've been waiting for, it's about to start. I can feel it. This is not subtle at all. This is not subtle. It's all about to start. It's about to begin. Every answer you've been waiting for, everything you've been wanting to hear, it's about to start. We're beginning. It's the beginning. This should be the place. I only got normal approaches when I asked Croc. Oh my god, he's still talking to AI. I can't imagine the super basic stuff working on her. Anyway, I never imagined I'd be doing this again without Mizuhara. I feel like I'm the only person in the world who makes good use of this service. We've come a long way. Huh? What? I can't see anything. That's so different from Sumi. She touched him. Sumi, who on their first date couldn't even approach him. And she's gonna... Boo. Wow, Sumi really transformed. Sumi-chan, I'm surprised you recognize me without my usual hair. Oh, because of my cap. Okay, let's get going. Sumi-chan knows Mizuhara well. She'll be trillion times more reliable than Croc. Here I go. It begins. It begins. Boo. Oh. You're in for a surprise. That's what Reiji's saying here. Oh, that's what Reiji is saying here. You're in for a surprise. Thumbnail right here. Yeah. No, so this is the whole idea. You're in for a surprise. This is going to surprise you. You are going to be very, very surprised. Everything you've understood is going to be wrong. Because from the moment Sumi approaches Kazuya, everything you've known is incorrect. What Reiji did, so the reason this chapter is structured like it is it's brilliant. This chapter is godlike. What this chapter does is intentionally return to every little piece of detail. It is literally rehashing information intentionally. Why? It's reminding you. It's reminding you, okay, remember this, remember that, remember the date, remember mommy, remember Ruka, remember how Kazuya feels, remember all of this shit. Remember everything. So Reiji goes through it in meticulous detail. Lots and lots of writing. All the writing you could possibly get. Like, so much fucking text is in this chapter. You see Kazuya's determination. You see Kazuya, like, acting cool. You see Minnie catching some feelings here. Literally, Reiji goes through every single chapter. Every single detail in this chapter. Literally it's all just constantly returning to the same pieces of information just to, like, get it in your head. Think about it. And then you're going to get to the very end and you think you understand what's going to happen. You think you know what's going to happen. This chapter essentially tells you how this arc is going to end. This chapter is already telling you how this arc is going to end from the get-go. It's literally Reiji's favorite writing technique, book ending. He's telling you from the start exactly how this is all going to play out. You have all of this information built on your head, and then you open your eyes. What does Sumi do? She closes his eyes, and then she opens them. Sumi is going to open Kazuya's eyes. She's going to wake him up. He's gonna see for real. What do you see here? You're literally seeing Sumi from Kazuya's POV. This is intentionally Kazuya's POV. You're finally seeing Sumi. You're seeing the real thing. And Sumi literally woke you up. Her eyes are closed, but you're seeing her. Literally, she blindsided him, and he's going to open his eyes. Sumi blindsided Kazuya possibly with the truth about his situation later, and she may confess in her own way as well. I think Sumi has to confess by the end of this. As this is a direct parallel to the date. Kazuya is going to get what he wanted, and not in the way that he desired it. Sumi is going to confess by the end of this. But it's not going to be a good thing. This confession is going to wake Kazuya up. Sumi's kind of acting different. Why? Because she is not necessarily the same person. She is acting different. She's not acting like the usual Sumi. She is acting different. This isn't the usual Sumi. In fact, there's one thing I really want you to notice. Her hair doesn't have the ribbon. She has ribbons everywhere else. She's all frilly and has ribbons everywhere else. But her hair doesn't have a ribbon. This is going to be the longest Sumi arc. Yeah, this arc is going to be long. Oh, this arc, this is the beginning. It's starting. It's starting. This is the big arc. It's a direct parallel. It's a direct parallel to what I was describing before. So pretty much my guess was kind of correct. Like, I pretty much guesstimated that Sumi was going to appear in this chapter, and lo and behold, I was correct. You know? Lo and behold, I was correct. I didn't really have much to go off of, but tough words. She got the ribbons from the spinoff. Sumi's always had ribbons. Sumi's always had ribbons. I don't know what you're talking about. Sumi's always had ribbons. Okay, so there's Kazuya's gift, and she has her bag here. Kazuya wears the other gift she gave him, and he has his bag here. And I want you to pay attention to how it begins. This should look incredibly familiar. So let me move myself so you can see what I'm talking about. This right here should look incredibly familiar. Let me pull up a different one. Okay, I gotta do this. She's wearing black for a reason. So Sumi kind of looks like a maid, but the black and the white very much does convey a requiem or a funeral, which is very fitting because Kazuya is literally about to come to terms with death. I think that's what this arc is. It's literally about coming to terms with death. So Sumi having black, there is ribbons on her thing, and then there is cherries. I forgot, what do cherries mean again? There's ribbons and cherries on her clothes. What does cherries mean again? I always forget. Are cherries in the language of Hanakotaba? Hanakotaba. No, not cherry blossoms, just cherries. It is interesting, though, she is... Okay. Cherries in Japanese. Sakuranaba? Okay. Meaning in Japan. Not cherry blossoms. Fuck. Cherries. Just normal cherries. cherry meaning just cherry, just cherry. Okay, this is from Facebook. I don't fucking care about that. They're often associated with love, that I'm aware of. They're often associated with love in some form. Commercial cherries are obtained by blah 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 blah. The tree, its flowers, and its wood are called the same name as the ornamental cherry or cherry blossoms. Wild cherry can be any of the cherry species growing outside of cultivation, although prunus. Okay, so the cherry is very intentional because Sumi's name comes from cherry blossoms. So Sumi's name is Sumi Sakurasawa. Sakurasawa is directly connected to cherry blossoms. So Sumi having an entire cherry motif, even her bag is a cherry. I don't think that's... I think that's very intentional. This is going to be a massive arc. This is going to be a big fucking arc. Like I can feel it. I can feel... This arc is going to be big. Oh boy. Oh boy. This really feels like the date. The sheer scale of this arc really reminds me of the date. The past few chapters have all been set up for this. The past few chapters, like, what is it, dude? Like, ever since Kazuya moved out to now, it's all been set up for this. Like, all of it. Yeah, no, 100%. And this being 200 chapters from 218, and Kazuya thinks about sex constantly, or not constantly, a decent amount. I think it's there. Yeah, it's beginning. It's starting. Oh, it is absolutely fucking starting. Wow. No, this really reminds me of this really reminds me of the date. Like when we first started the date, this is exactly how I felt. Like something big was going to happen, and I was right. A huge stuff happened. Massive shit happened. And wouldn't you know it, my analysis yesterday about Sumi was like on the fucking dot. My analysis yesterday on Sumi was kind of on the fucking dot. Oh my god, it didn't move. Okay, come on. I'm okay. Everything is okay. Why? Why are you the way that you are? Thank you. It's not a... Why are you the way that you are? And I lost followers, fuck you. Y'all a bunch of pussies. I don't like that. I don't like that wording I just used there. Y'all are a bunch of cowards? See, look at that. Look at my inner internalized taught behavior just coming back without me like with me just reacting, just letting it take control, like a coward that I am. Never addressed my issues, so I just let these things take control of me. Okay, well, the first thing is that I'm gonna send it to Crumpy. I really want to know if the arc is called the... Oh my god, Chainsaw Man's over. Oh my god, Chainsaw Man's over. I gotta read fucking Chainsaw Man. Jesus Christ. Chainsaw Man's over too. Fuck. Jesus. Oh, this arc is gonna be massive. Sumi returns. Yeah, look at that. You can... Wow, look at her frills. She's like a dark angel. That's the kind of... Like she literally, like, her shoes look like Hermes' wings. Her shoes, literally, the shoes she's wearing look like Hermes' wings. That's so fascinating. Is the arc called Koi? Because if it is, holy shit. She seems so happy to see him. Yeah, she is happy to see him, and a huge part of it definitely has to do with the fact that Sumi never got over him. I do believe scallywags would be the correct verbiage. What? Scallywags. Okay. Come on, you can work. How many times have I said it's my turn next? I'm always blaming myself. Kaze is already trying his hardest, though. That's why you're looking at him with these love-struck eyes, isn't it? Tatsuki Fujimoto's Chainsaw Man has ended with the conclusion of Part 2. The manga began in 2018, running for a total of 232 chapters. Huh. Chainsaw Man's over. Weird. Weird. That's so weird. That's trippy. I feel like my timeline's going to be mostly Chainsaw Man, which kind of sucks because I would like to. Okay, let's go. Let's hold off for now. We'll do some more analysis for this, but let's read Chainsaw Man's ending. Let me read Chainsaw Man's ending. I'm just curious. I think this is a different thing. It feels too short. What, the chapter or the ending? Are we talking about this chapter or are we talking about Chainsaw Man's ending? Shit, what's my password? Fuck, I always forget my password. Give me a sec. I'll be back. I know the camera's gone. Calm down, fellas. I know the camera is gone. It's okay. I'll be back. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. I know the camera is gone. I'm just grabbing my password. Oh, for fuck's sake, where is it? Okay. Oh, I think I remember what the issue is. Okay, never mind. I think I know what it is. That still didn't work. Well, shit. One last time. Aha! Okay, I didn't even need my phone. I didn't even need the phone. I got it. I'm good. Oh. Fuck the part where I, like, connect the phone to the bullshit. Oh, come on, please work. Okay, now we gotta set up the camera. Okay, let's read Chainsaw Man. Manga and books, main page. Should be out. I hope it's out. There it is. Last chapter. All right, let's read it. Feels like I had a good and bad dream. Wish I'd only have good dreams, like eating with a girl and playing video games. I want a pet dog too. Oh. He's gonna die. What we want is the devil's powers, and what we want is the death of all devil hunters. Oh man, am I really gonna kick the bucket before even one good thing could happen to me? That's just my luck, though. It's a naked woman. At least I get to have one last good dream. Blood. Oh my god, power! Ah, power! Give it back, it's all mine. This human smells like a dog. I like dogs. This is a contract. I'll give you a life in exchange you're mine until you die. So Makima all over again, but not really. Oh. Oh, she got him before Makima. She got him before Makima. Bro. Wait. What? Oops. I thought you were the zombie devil. You beat those guys? You could be useful. From today on, you both belong to me. Oh my god, what? It's... What is this? This is awesome. This is actually kind of awesome. What the fuck? Belong to you? I think not. Humans really are idiotic. Humans behold my battle prowess. I am Power, the blood devil. My power is set to equal that of a god. Take this. The way he's drawing her ass is so funny. Bang. A devil at a school? Yep, I'm busy, you two. Go kill it by yourselves. I'm so busy. Video games. Lucky. Meowie likes her. Why? Meowie shouldn't love anyone but me. That girl has to be the control devil or something. Must be nice to have a happy-go-lucky brain like yours. I am not happy. That girl gets to keep Meowie and a bunch of dogs. My only pet is you, and you aren't even cute. Powie weapon. What do you want to kill with? What do you want to kill with today? I used an axe the other day, so give me a chainsaw. Oh, this is such a callback to the beginning. Oh, this is such a callback to the beginning. But now instead of Pochta, it's power. Oh, this is so fucking heartwarming. This is like really heartwarming in its own way. Oh my god. The devil's been exterminated. The area's safe now. Don't touch the blood or the body, please. Wait, is that? Oh, I thought... Oh. Wish I could have gone to school too. Oh. Hey, power. Isn't that a devil too? Her power. Hey, it's blood. Oh, damn it. My bad. Thank you, Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man. Oh, man. Because, you were fighting with a chainsaw. Oh, yeah. This is Kingdom Hearts all over again. Your memories don't go away just because they're erased. Bye then. Hey, that devil. I'm hungry. I want food. Food. My heart, like, thumped for a second there. Oh, you have heart thump disease. I know about it because I have a medical knowledge. Treat me to a meal and I'll cure it for you. Oh yeah, because if she fell and the egg and the chicken died, everyone would have hated her and she would have been traumatized. But that never happened. Because Denji stopped it. We're having fried chicken, right? And egg rolls, right? And fried rice ramen and pot stickers and ice cream on the way home. I'm broke. Let's show take down our seniors. But where's what's his name? Did he never... There's so much unresolved stuff. This is purely a Denji ending. This is purely a Denji ending. Nothing else matters. I think there's of course more that could have been in there. This ending is kind of bittersweet. There's stuff that'll make you smile, and there's stuff that's like awesome, but then it's really bittersweet because there's just things you don't see because you can never truly get them back. Like what's his name is not there. Fucking I forgot his name. Fucking my god, I feel terrible now. It's been a while. On another note, he in a way ended up saving her exactly like he wanted to. You know? Like in the normal timeline, whatever, he wanted to save her. And how does he save? Yeah, Aki. That's who it is. Aki, thank you. Yeah, basically he ends up saving her, but not by saving her from the power devil, but by saving her from ever getting traumatized. Literally the entire timeline is essentially rewritten so that she essentially gets a happy ending, but the whole ending as the entirety of the ending is in its own way bittersweet because there is no there's no Chainsaw Man. There's no caveats to anything. It's just a completely fresh start. I think that's kind of the whole idea of the ending is that it's just a completely fresh start. Don't see Kishibe either. You don't see anybody but Power and Denji. It's literally a kind of a buddy cop ending. That's kind of what it is. It's literally like a classic buddy cop movie ending. Where you had like if you've seen a decent amount of Western cinema, this kind of ending will feel very particular. This kind of ending will feel very particular. No sound. There's sound. I think you might want to double check your own stuff. There's sound. Absolutely. I know everyone else seems to be hearing me, so I'm gonna go on a wild limb and say there's absolutely sound. Let's check Twitch. I was right about the time skip. Also, I'm pretty sure this really... Oh, okay, we're talking about the Rent-A-Girlfriend stuff. We'll get back to that shortly. Yeah, no, this ending, the whole idea behind it feels very like... They're not meant to be together. And they could have been together, you know? And he's reminded of Pochta while she is, in some ways... connected to war without actually being war. It's really fascinating. Like there's so many layers to this ending that you feel such a disconnect between everything while also an inherent connection. You know? I think when you reread Chainsaw Man Part 2, you realize how much Power really meant to Denji. And how he constantly talks about her. His entire attraction to the War Devil, and even her just a little bit, stemmed a lot from his attraction to Power, and how he missed Power. I think he in many ways wanted to be with Power this whole time, and I think that was the true thing Denji always desired, is like, yeah, he's with a girl, He's eating, like, everything he wanted to do is eat lunch with a girl and all that stuff. And I think he's pretty much getting to do that with Power. He just wanted connection. And it's incomplete, just as he's missing an eye. He doesn't fully see everything. He doesn't fully get it. But that's fine. He gets to keep dreaming. He's literally shown in shadows in the end. And so, in a way, a part of him is dreaming and a part of him is awake. It's really subtle stuff, and I like that they walk by flowers in the end, you know, like fresh flowers, brand new. It's literally like a fresh new beginning. That's kind of literally what it feels like. It's a fresh new beginning. Everything feels alive. Everything is like coming back. In many ways, Pochta was right. In many ways, Pochta was absolutely fucking correct. He was right. He needed to go. He brought too much destruction. None of this would have happened if he just wasn't around. So, yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I think this is a good bittersweet ending. This is a solid bittersweet ending. I disagree that this is like some poorly written thing or whatever. No, it's really solid. It makes a lot of sense. All the foreshadowing was there. Everything was there. Also, I love that Fujimoto keeps drawing Power with like a massive butt. Like look at how big her butt is. He keeps drawing her with like the big ass booty, like the chunkiest. Look at this booty. Look at this booty. Look at how stupid it is. Look at them being stupid together. And I love it that they get to be stupid together and have fun and help people. Oh, right? When he had nobody and there was no Pochta or anything, he reached out for connection himself. Right? He got to experience that by sheer dumb luck. Because he had no I'm Chainsaw Man or anything or any of that. He just kind of got to learn. It's a reset in so many fantastic ways. And Pochta is still there in there somewhere for Denji. Somewhere deep down, Pochta is still there. It's such a good ending. It's like the more you think about it, the better it gets. Right? You're missing something. There's a void there. But at least you're alive and you have something else. This is a genuinely good ending. It's like it's bittersweet, but it's very heartfelt. It's bittersweet, but it's absolutely very, very heartfelt. It's so full of emotion. Like I've been reading Chainsaw Man on and off. I binged the very beginning of it, and I'm feeling like I'm feeling pretty emotional. Like the more I think about it, I'm getting more and more emotional. It's actually a genuinely good fucking ending. It looks like the Game of Thrones ending. What? How? That shit show? How? Rushing ending champion is my dress up darling. Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, the ending of Dress Up Darling is so fucking weird because suddenly the characters feel like characters again. And it is so jarring. Like literally 2 or 3 chapters before it ends, they start feeling like themselves again. And I'm like, what the fuck? What even happened? I haven't felt like these were the same characters in so long, and all of a sudden they feel like the same exact characters from the start of the series. And I was just completely and utterly thrown off. It made no fucking sense for me. I'm like, dude, it's like I haven't seen these characters since the start, and all of a sudden they feel like themselves again. And there's no explanation for it. It just kind of fucking happens. It's so goofy. I think one of the best rushed, not rushed endings I've ever read was the ending for How Do We Relationship. Because the whole entire nature of it is that it's rushed, but it isn't. Because you don't really... You kind of the whole idea of the ending was that you get to keep living and your problems aren't going to go away. So the lack of resolution for the problems in that story is thematically perfect because their problems literally will not go away. Because the entire story is around these two gay couple. Or sorry, one they're 2 people who are gay in a relationship. God damn it. Anyways, they're essentially, these 2 people in a relationship and they're gay, and pretty much a lot of their struggles have to deal with like discrimination and shit. And it's like, there's not going to be like an immediate magic happy ending where we resolve these conflicts. They're not going to go away, but we have to live and we have to make every day count. It's quite similar to this ending, really. It's quite similar to this ending where it's like just cherishing the present, you know? It's literally just about cherishing your present and just living. Oshinoko has the most backwards ending I've seen in a while. I don't know much about Oshinoko's ending. I just know, like, spoilers for anyone who's still watching Oshinoko. I just know, like, the dude, like, commits suicide or some shit. And it's like, what the fuck? What kind of messaging is this? And it's like, I get it. Like, Aqua had, like, a lot of, like, mental health issues and, like, so much of the story deals with like mental health issues and like all these problems. But it's just very weird like I feel like Akka is like trying to talk about mental health so much in the end of those stories, and yet sends a horrible fucking message by the end of it, where it's like, oh yeah, but look, these sad things happen and they just fucking die, and it's like, isn't this literally just what you did with what's her name? Isn't this literally what you did with what's her name? Akane? Where like Akane's whole thing was that she was about to take her life and shit, and then Aqua saves her, but then she couldn't save him. And it's like, to me, it's just so tragic that like this character who had his life taken away as an adult and he didn't like care for it or value it, gets reincarnated and then willfully takes his own fucking life by the end of this story because he thinks it's the right thing to do. And it's like, bro, that's so fucking morbid and weird. Like, I get it, but it's so morbid and weird. And I understand, it's just like, I understand not every story is meant to have like a good ending, but that ending just felt very strange. And granted, I haven't properly read Oshinoko because I'm not a huge fan of how Akasaka writes. Honestly, not happy with most endings lately. I can't think of like many endings I just outright dislike off the top of my head. I don't have many endings I just outright dislike. I just didn't understand Oshinoko's ending, but at the same time, I absorbed Oshinoko a lot through mitosis. So like Aqua is a bad written Sasuke in the end. I don't see that. He's never felt like a Sasuke character. He's never felt like a Sasuke. The whole point of Sasuke was that he was a dick and he needed to accept he was a dick. At least that's how I interpreted Sasuke. He was an asshole. He was a privileged little fucking prick. Yeah, you had your whole family killed. So did Kakashi. So did everyone else. His entire argument fell apart multiple times. He was literally just doing it because he wanted to. Like there's so many times where the writer of Naruto actively deconstructs and tears down Sasuke's arguments. And Sasuke's literally just a privileged fucking idiot. And then he has to like look inwards and realize he's being a dick. He's being a fucking asshole. Whereas everyone's trying to connect him, he's just fucking cutting himself off like a little shit. So that doesn't quite feel like Aqua, where Aqua is like conditioned and thinks he has to do this, you know? And a lot of it stems from like I don't know if Aqua was using his trauma as an excuse, really, but again, I haven't read Oshinoko proper, so a lot of it for me is, again, I absorbed it via mitosis. I don't feel like that's a fair analysis, and I'm not a huge fan of how Akka writes. Akka's writing style just doesn't appeal to me, personally. I'm just not a huge fan of it. It feels very preachy, in my opinion, sometimes. He does write good shit. I think Akka is really good at execution. I think he's really good at, like, landing jokes, or, like, landing dramatic effect, or landing stuff like that. But I don't think his buildup is very good. At least not all the time. There are times where I've just seen things happen where I'm just like when I was watching the Kaguya-sama movie, I'm just like, I get why this is all happening, but it just kind of wasn't clicking for me. Like, personally for me, I just wasn't vibing with it. Whereas Fujimoto, I've kind of always liked what he's going for, even though it felt weird. At least with Chainsaw Man. I've only read Chainsaw Man from Fujimoto. I haven't read many of his other works. I read only one. It was like the one with the explosions. I read the one where it was like the one with the explosions, and that one was super fucking cool. I do think people dick ride Fujimoto a little too hard. Just a tad. But at the same time, I do think like this ending is solid. I genuinely do think this ending is solid. Hello, Red. I'm just going to call you Red. Hello, Red. Light says, it's a cyclic ending. Denji started with nothing but a dream of a normal life, and he ends part 2 realizing that normal was never the point. Well, no, he ends the story by getting normal. The difference is, see, he ends the story not with that normal isn't the point. He ends the story by, like, finding his own version of normal. Because he says he wants to go to school, but then he kind of doesn't care about it. But the brilliance is he can realize what he actually cares and doesn't care for in not having Pochta around, right? In not having Pochta around, he can realize what he wants and maybe doesn't want. Because there's no Pochta to tell him, you gotta do this. I think that's why. So he defines his own normal. He just likes doing... He goes for what he actually likes, not for what he thinks he likes. And I think that's why the ending works so well. Because at first, he literally says, I want to go to school too. And then he sees the kids at school and he's like, I kind of don't care for this all too much. That's fine. You know? He looks at it and he looks alienated. You know, I think that's really interesting. He looks at it and he feels alienated. And I think that's really fascinating. Right, he doesn't get caught up in the little thump of his heart. I think that's fascinating that at first, he's caught up in the initial feeling like usual. Did you notice that? I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's what makes this ending so fucking effective, and I just realized it right now. In the past, if you've read through Chainsaw Man Part 1, Chainsaw Man Part 2, what happens? Denji, his heart, he gets excited, he feels a sense of desire, and then he acts on that desire. He does something stupid. He just lets these desires control him. But what happened here? Nothing. He goes from him blushing and his heart beating and all that stuff, and he just kind of lets it go. His desires don't control him. That is Denji's true ending. His desires literally don't control him anymore. There is a resolution here. It's so small, it's so subtle. But literally, that is the resolution for Denji's character. So much of it has been him being driven by these desires. And when there's no choice, when there is no pressure, when there's nothing, he's just living, he can just let it go. He has a real choice. And I think that's such a good idea for an ending. It literally just came to me right now. I just noticed it right now. Shit, she does have a butt. Her booty's massive. Otter thought this was JoJo, but failed. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, you mean the person who wrote that earlier with the cyclic ending thing? Yeah. He gets what he finds to be normal because he learned what was normal enough for him while being Chainsaw Man. Aqua kind of sucks, but Kana Arima is very good written. Is a very good written character. You mean a very well written character? She embodies the imposter syndrome in a way I've never seen in a manga. I mean, that's not so much why I liked Kana personally. Because Chizuru absolutely embodies imposter syndrome too. If anything, you can see a lot of parallels between Kana and Chizuru. But I think with Kana's character, why I found her interesting is less so her imposter syndrome and more so how she has to break through the social conditioning. Which I guess is connected to imposter syndrome, sure. I don't know. I have to like properly read Oshinoko to like know why I liked Kana. But I think the strength of Kana's character is less so the imposter syndrome, because she actively breaks out of that, you know? I never felt like the imposter syndrome was the defining characteristic of Kana. You know, what made her so appealing to me personally. But again, this is personally for you. Because again, like I've seen other characters with imposter syndrome, specifically Chizuru. Chizuru absolutely has imposter syndrome, and I'm always going to say Chizuru is like one of my favorite characters. So it's like it's not a fair assessment to compare Chizuru and Kana, even though I do think Kana is a well-written character. My YouTube message is still disappearing. Is it? Komi has the most normal ending. Yes, it's a normal. Yeah, it's a normal manga. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of Komi's ending, is that it's just, yep, it's just over. I do think Komi's ending is pretty boring, but I think that's like pretty fitting for Komi. You know, I do think Komi's ending is pretty fucking boring, but that's quite fitting for Komi. Is like it's just meant to be just normal school life. You know, they don't really deal with any insane conflicts of living. They're just kids learning and growing, and I think it's perfectly fine. Kana was way too wishy-washy. Like you like him, just go for it. I kind of understood why she didn't for a lot of it, and you have to understand a huge portion of Kana. So this is the part I do know about Kana. Kana's wishy-washy, not in the sense that she's actually wishy-washy, but that she has like severe abandonment issues. And she's been very traumatized by like her failures as a person. So like that's why I think like Roman like is talking about imposter syndrome, where she feels like a lot of it's her fault. And that's really sad, you know, and Aqua has a very bad tendency to reinforce that. I think one of the reasons Aqua and Kana never really work is because like they fuel each other's worst tendencies despite really liking each other. And a lot of the story is kind of exploring and wondering like, do they truly like each other? Do they truly know each other? Because Kana just kind of falls in love with Aqua, from what I recall. It could be different in the manga, because when I was watching the anime, it just kind of felt weird. Kana just kind of falls in love with Aqua because he can do like things she wanted to do. So he literally embodies the things she desires in herself. So, but that's kind of like a weird way to love someone. So to me, it felt like what Aqua was trying to talk about in writing Aqua is that Aqua was once this like old weird dude, and then now suddenly he's this kid. But you kind of just ignore that, you know, because he's a really attractive kid, right? He's a really attractive like what is it? He's an adult by the later parts of the series, right? Or is he still a teenager? Right? Did they go to college? Did they go to college, if I recall? So like he literally becomes an attractive young man, and what that does is like Akka is actively talking about how the beauty of how people appear blinds you, and that definitely happens a lot. Where if you like think about the relationships between these characters, it's like okay, but he's an old man in a kid's body, and that's fucking weird, you know. Like and I think there's always that subtext, that undertone of Aqua's character, where Akka is actively challenging you as the readers, and you look past it completely because you want to ship characters. And I think Akka is like actively looking at that. It's like he's an old dude in a kid's body, and it's fucking weird. But nobody really processes this because we're so busy shipping the characters, you know. And I don't think and that's actually like so much of Aqua's struggle as a character is like the fact that he's like literally an old dude in a kid's body, and that's fucking weird. Whereas Ruby is his inverse, and Ruby is still learning, and he doesn't realize, like for much of the story, he's setting a terrible example for her, you know, and slowly but surely he realizes how much of a terrible example he set for the people around him. So he essentially tries to pull a Pochita, but all it does is like, you know, I think that's the idea, is like, I think the ending of Oshinoko is meant to be like a Pochita or a Goku, and it just doesn't like land as well because that's not how it works in real life. Is like, just be better, become better. Don't fucking take your goddamn life, Jesus Christ. That doesn't help anybody, you know. Anyways, I think this ending is solid. I think this is a really solid ending. It's so bittersweet, but it's not tragic like I expected. It doesn't give you full resolution, and I think that's intentional. I think it's intentional that the ending of Chainsaw Man does not give you full resolution. It only gives you partial resolution. And I think that's the whole idea, like visually speaking, that's conveyed to you is like, there's no Aki. There is no power. There's no Makima. And Denji is missing an eye. Thematically, there is something missing, but that's okay. Right? Thematically, there is something missing. Like literally, there's something missing, but that's okay. That's the whole point, is like you live with what you have. Something is missing, absolutely, but you live with what you have. And I think that's why it feels like part 3 needs to happen. I don't think so. This is an ending through and through. There's no part 3. This is an ending through and through. There is no part 3. It's over. It is absolutely over. There's no, it doesn't feel like there's a part 3. It's left somewhat open-ended, absolutely, but there's no part 3. Chainsaw Man is over. You could start you could start like a new series called Denji or something. But Chainsaw Man is over. So no, it's literally written. The ending is written this way on purpose. The ending is written this way on purpose. Chainsaw Man is over, but it doesn't feel over. Because in many ways, there's still a lot to tell. And that's the whole point. The ending is open. It feels like there's so much more to say, but that doesn't matter. That journey is over. Did you watch Scum's Wish? Your message is retracted. Are you retracting the message, or are you actually asking? Like, did that get removed by you, or did you retract the message? Because I saw that, Goku. That doesn't mean we can't get a final bonus chapter like most manga do. It's unlikely. I'm already satisfied. Well, like for example, My Hero, I think it absolutely needed that final chapter, 100%. There's just unresolved issues. But for this, I don't know. We could get bonus stuff, but I don't know about a bonus chapter. The translations are done. Okay. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Okay, kiddos. Oh yeah, So Crumpy, while you're here, is the title of this arc the same exact title as the actually, I could probably see it right here. Open link in a 2 tab. Is the title of this arc the same title as the date? Is the title of this arc the same exact title as the date? Because if so, holy shit. Holy shit, I was on the mark. I was so Omega on the mark. Okay, so that's the title of this arc. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. It literally is. It's the same thing. There's Koi, and there's Koi. It's the same. Oh, it's the fucking same, dude. Yeah, except it was the girlfriend in love. Now it's the boyfriend in love. Oh, we are literally reversing that arc. Holy shit. It begins. All been building to this. This is an exact mirror. Which was called The Girlfriend and Love. Also with Koi. We are finally about to get answers. Oh my god, I just fucking realized. Sumi blindsides Kazuya exactly like Chizuru does. How did I not notice? How the fuck did I not notice? Oh my, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Jesus Christ. Oh, how did I not notice? Okay, when the date starts, what does Kazuya do? Oh my, Sumi literally blindsides him and stands in the same exact spot Chizuru did. So when Kazuya steps out of the house, he thinks Chizuru's gonna come through the front door. He keeps looking at the front door. And what happens? Chizuru comes up from behind him. They kind of surprise each other. Okay? In contrast, what does Sumi do? Sumi comes up behind him from the same exact spot, and she too surprises him. Except Sumi actually comes up and blinds him. Chizuru is literally in his blind side. Sumi actually blinds him. And then opens his eyes. Chizuru was literally standing in his blind spot. Why? He literally wasn't looking at her. He literally wasn't looking at her. She's literally in his blind spot. Right? He literally was not expecting her. He's looking somewhere else. He's looking somewhere else, so he never saw her coming. Whereas Sumi, what does Sumi do? He never even knew where Sumi was going to come from. He wasn't looking for Sumi. He never even looked at Sumi. He was looking for Chizuru. But Chizuru was behind him the whole time. He wasn't looking at her. Whereas he was never looking for Sumi, so she surprises him. She opens his eyes. He never saw her coming. That's the whole idea. It's like they're literally reversed. Oh, Reiji, you fucking bastard. I love this, man. It begins, it's all been building to this. This new arc is called The Boyfriend and Love. Specifically, love is spelled as koi. This is the exact mirror of the Odaiba date, which was called The Girlfriend and Love. Also koi. We are finally getting answers. It's literally reversed. Holy shit. And I was gonna show you guys something. I didn't get a chance, so let me pull it up. I got the chapter right here. Okay. I'm gonna move this here, open that. God damn it. So difficult. Oh, I know what to do. Vertical. There's already an immediate parallel you can see. And if you go to chapter 358, you'll see another one. Look at that. Dude. Fucking look at that. Gotta move myself so you can see it properly. Look at this. It's literally in reverse. It's literally in reverse. Bro. It's straight up in reverse. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? The Boyfriend and Love. We are seeing Kazuya's perspective on love. I don't know if we're seeing Kazuya's. I think Kazuya is gonna get. I think the idea is that Kazuya is gonna learn he's been trapped. But I don't know if we're getting Kazuya's perspective on love per se. What were the translations? I'm going to read them in just a sec. I'm just posting something right now. Just 1 second. Fuck it. I'll just use that. Okay. Let's read the translations. Okay. Put it off long enough. Okay. First page reads, shocking news are coming from the girls' gathering. The biggest news got into Kazuya's ears. Okay, so the fact that Chizuru would date him. The perfect day for Nyan Nyan photo shoot. Because cats make Nyan Nyan sounds. And Minty is wearing cat ears. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, listen to this very carefully. This is in reference to Sumi. My last ray of hope is my good old friend Sumi-chan. The start of the rental discussion to be able to make my feelings reach her. Heart. Next time, fruits pie. Okay, so they're gonna eat some sort of fruit pie. So it's gonna start slow, like before, but there's gonna be some hidden subtext in there. And God, it's so funny Kazuya is fucking talking to Croc. Is that how you pronounce it? Is like Croc? Kazuya's talking to fucking Croc. It's so stupid. So dumb. Wow. Croc is shit, bidumtis. It is! No, it literally mistranslates all the fucking time. It's garbage. I was right. I made the prediction last week, but you said it wasn't going to go directly like it. I knew we were going to get the reverse of the date. What was your prediction last week? What was your prediction last week? Because I don't remember. You're going to have to remind me. It's been a fucking week, dude. Because I don't know what it was, Shadow. You're going to have to remind me, bro. Because this is pretty similar to my own prediction. So if you said something and I said it was wrong, I might have eventually turned to what you said, too. Kazuya's memory is really messing. Kazuya's Kazuya's trauma is really messing with his memory. The dude doesn't remember that after the helicopter confession, Chizuru wanted to fix the mistake with the normal confession afterwards. It's not just messing with the memory. It's literally you not seeing reality. We had a whole stream about this where we were watching that video about Resident Evil, where they kind of explore pretty much the idea that like when you have the enemy of trauma is reality. So naturally, Kazuya literally essentially cherry picks. Cherry picking. Oh my, Reiji's family ran a cherry farm that closed. Oh my god. That's why he kept talking about cherry farms that closed. Cherry picking. Sumi's carrying cherries. It's literally how we're cherry picking information. That's what it fucking... Cherry picking, suppressing evidence or the fallacy of incomplete evidence, is the act of pointing to individual cases or data that seem to confirm a particular position while ignoring a significant portion of related or similar cases or data that may contradict that position. Cherry picking may be committed intentionally or unintentionally. What is Sumi's motif? Cherries. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I gotta do something. My fucking god, are you goddamn serious? Cherry picking? I can't believe it never crossed my fucking mind. What are the two things you see on Sumi's clothes? You see two very particular things. Ribbons and cherries. Why? Ribbons represent perfection. They also are directly tied to Ruka. What does Kazuya keep demanding and wanting, not realizing he already fucking has it? He wants perfection. He wants ideals. He's so trapped in ideals, he's not seeing reality. And then cherries. Why do we have cherries? He's cherry picking. He's literally what does he do in this chapter? We literally just talked about it. He's conveniently picking the information that best suits his own narrative and his own victimization to not see reality. He's cherry picking. And Sumi is the literal cherry. Sumi is the literal cherry about to show him how he's cherry picking. What does Sumi do? She opens his eyes. The cherry shows him how he's cherry picking, as he literally picked her. She is a cherry. He picked a cherry. It couldn't be any more fucking direct. It couldn't be any more in your fucking face. He's cherry picking. The arc is using this word, yes. There is the koi kanji here. I feel like the previous arc used this word. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy, dude. That's wild. So whereas Sumi is a cherry, Chizuru was a hydrangea. Oh my god. Reiji, you crazy fucking bastard. True cherries. Cercisa contains the species that are typically called cherries. They are known as true cherries and distinguished by having a single winter bud per axil by having the flowers in small crumbs. Okay. Etymology. The English word cherry derives from the Old Northern French or Norman cerus from the Latin cersum, referring to an ancient Greek region. From the cherries first thought to be exported to Europe. The word cherry is also used for some species that bear fruits with similar size and shape, even though they are not the same. Okay. Antiquity. Sweet cherry extends through. Okay, so maybe not this stuff. Production. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, wait, growing seasons. Cherry blossoms in April in the northern hemisphere, and the peak seasons for cherry harvest is in the summer. They're literally entering summer. So that's why Reiji was talking about his family having a cherry farm, and the cherry farm is gone. Whether it was intentional or not, there's definitely that undertone of cherry picking. As if you can't cherry pick anymore. You have to face reality. You have to accept something is gone. Cherry symbolism, maybe? Okay, give me your sources. The spiritual Catholic exchange. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, let's read the other one first. What? Depicted a photo of the painting of the infant Christ sitting on our Blessed Mother's lap, grasping a bunch of cherries. As the article noted, known for its sweetness, cherries symbolize a sweet character and the sweetness of paradise. Okay. Oh, and what did Kazuya lose? He lost paradise. Oh. The Christ child is often shown holding a cherry. Literally a sweet character and the sweetness of paradise. Oh, wow. Okay. According to the author, blah, 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 the cherry has had an artistic link to Christianity because the cherry is often related to the sweetness of paradise. This connection is evident in numerous religious paintings and artworks, where the Christ child is depicted holding a cherry, emblematic of his divine nature and the promise of eternal bliss. The cherry's allure lies in its capacity to evoke notions of innocence and virtue, making it a fitting symbol for the teachings of Christ. Oh, you're getting baited extra fucking hard then. Reiji is literally about to subvert our interpretation of the cherry. It's literally giving you the inclination of virtue, innocence, a sweet character, the sweetness of paradise. It's doing all of these things to pull the rug extra hard. Because suddenly Sumi isn't going to be so fucking sweet. When she first shows up, she's adorable. She's sweet as a button. And she's not going to be soon. Okay, the spiritual guide and the author of an article about the symbolism behind cherries. Cherries have a long history of cultural significance, representing love, fertility, rebirth, and innocence in various civilizations, she said. In religious and spiritual context, cherries symbolize divine fruit, sacrifice, renewal, and new beginnings. Divine fruit? What does Kazuya constantly call Chizuru? divine. How do you look at Sumi? She's literally divine, right? Sacrifice. Time to start making some sacrifices, and Kazuya's going to realize how it hasn't been doing anything. Renewal and new beginnings. That is absolutely relevant here. She added that in Christianity, because of their deep red color, cherries are frequently associated with the blood of Christ shed by Jesus on the cross. I wonder if we're going to get that deep into it, because Chizuru was bleeding. Is Chizuru Jesus? Is Chizuru Jesus? That'd be really funny. I'm sorry. They're really funny. Chizuru is Jesus. But the shedding of blood could absolutely be noted here. She also noted that cherries, because of their seeds that can grow, are linked to the idea of resurrection and eternal life in Christianity. Fortunately, with the springtime now and summer in the offering, cherry lovers can look forward to picking up their favorites in the market. This means that they can not only indulge in a bowl full of cherries, they can also heat the kitchen and assemble yummy cherry offerings. See below. Okay. Cherry mythology and folklore. Cherry trees are briefly conspicuous in spring. Okay. I keep seeing messages retracted. Are you are you guys retracting your own messages, or is YouTube doing that? Are you guys retracting your own messages, or is YouTube doing that? Because I keep seeing that. Coming back when it's convenient, just Kazuya is in deep shit. Kazuya got a rude awakening in the date with Chizuru, and now he's going to get another one with Sumi 1 month after the date. Exactly. Reiji can't get his farm back, but he can bring a beloved character back. Wouldn't it be ironic that Sumi, the most pure, beloved, innocent character, does something unthinkable of her character in the date and breaks Kazuya in a way no other girl had done before in the manga? And this aligns with the cherry picking thing and the change of character for Sumi. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, isn't this literally what I've been saying? I literally said, like, Sumi is gonna do something that's gonna break everything. And I think it's a huge part of it literally has to do with Sumi needing to accept that she needs to do something bad. Messages can only be retired, yes, by the individual. Okay. If the stairs show any symbolism for me... Oh, stairs, you're right. They are on stairs. So, Kazuya is sitting on stairs. If the stairs show any symbolism for me, funny Kazuya talks about how stepping up, but he's sitting in the middle, neither going up or down. But Sumi, likely above, goes down to meet at Kazuya's level. Good job. Great analysis. Good job. Yeah. Sumi literally comes down to Kazuya's level. Kazuya does not move. He doesn't meet her. You know? Before, Kazuya is the one who had to come down to her level. Now, Kazuya is the one who needs someone to come down to his level. Because he doesn't move. He doesn't budge. He stays perfectly in the middle. Right? He sits perfectly in the middle. He does not move. He does not budge. So people have to come to him. Sumi has to come down to his level. But the question is whether she brings him up or she will be falling down. Or he will be falling down. Well, they step down from the stairs. So it seems like she's bringing him down, not raising him up. She literally physically brings him down. She doesn't raise him up. He looks up, but he walks down. Whereas, ooh, that's another thing too. Whereas with Chizuru, when it begins, when the date begins, notice how it starts pretty much even. They're walking side by side. But there's a similarity in him letting Chizuru lead. It's his date, and he's letting Chizuru lead. And it starts with them walking side by side. However, from the moment this date starts, he's already following. Midway through the date with Chizuru, Kazuya starts following. Midway through, Kazuya starts following. But in the beginning, they were walking side by side. This immediately starts with following. And if you look at it closely, this shot, it does look like Kazuya is a little bit behind. And when you get to the next chapter, he is behind. So it's as if he was already, like, subconsciously, whether intentionally or not, following. Because Chizuru is the one who has to decide if the date would even happen. When it was his date to begin with. He's the one who's going to bail to begin with, right? Because if you remember, Chizuru shows up, and she's standing behind him, and she has to step in front of him. Because what does Kazuya do, just like last time? He's standing in the middle. Or sorry, just like this time. He's standing in the middle. They are on even ground, but he does not move forward or he does not move back. He just stands there. And he only moves forward when she tells him it's okay to move forward. Chizuru already had her umbrella out. He didn't. As if Chizuru was already ready to date and he wasn't. And he only takes out his umbrella and follows her when he gets the okay. Even though they both already agreed to the date. So they are on even ground. But they are not walking next to each other as it appears. Chizuru is a little bit ahead. Just a little bit. They're not right next to each other. She's just a little bit ahead. And as you progress, she becomes more... She goes further and further ahead. Where you cut to the next chapter and it's instantly like this. How's the next chapter start? He's already following. The next chapter, he's already... Look at how far behind he is. He's already following her. He's not walking next to her. In fact, he's so busy following her, when she talks, he can't hear her. When she talks to him, he can't hear her. Because he's following her. He's too far away. With Sumi, it's the same now. He's not, she starts behind him, and then she ends up in front of him. But what happens? Their roles essentially reverse. Sumi stops walking, Kazuya starts walking. Whereas Sumi was behind him before, Sumi steps in front of him, she leaves him, but she stops walking. She looks at him, so he'll look at her. Because he's seemingly just kind of lost somewhere else. As you can see, and as you can see by the horribly typed message, that's why they retracted the message are happening, lol. I think we're missing the other meaning of the cherry, and it has to do with Kazuya having been struggling with sexual desires. Cherries are connected to sexual desire, I do believe so. Cherries and... I should move this to the side just in case. Cherries are associated with sexual desires, both symbolically and philosophically. Often recognized as sexier fruit due to their color, shape, and nutritional profile, and then you can play with them in your tongue, so that evokes sexual feelings too. Huh. And they boost sexual health. Wow. Okay, there we go. I found a good article to read. Forbidden fruit. Why cherries are so sexual. Only one fruit can claim to have symbolized both an uncircumcised penis and a vaginal membrane. Where bananas are obvious and the peaches have been assigned to backdoor duty since the 16th century, artists, writers, musicians, and run-of-the-mill perverts have all agreed. There's something about women and cherries, whether that cherry is in your mouth or waiting to be popped inside of us. Okay, then. The history of cherries, the actual sweet and sour stone fruit, extends all the way back to the prehistoric Europe and West Asia, when people were plucking and eating them off wild trees. According to the Pline the Elder's Natural History, the Roman Empire was cultivating at least 8 varieties of the 1st century AD, though it wasn't until the 15th century that domestic cherries were widespread throughout Europe. 2 centuries later, the future underwear design cozied up next to apples, peaches, and pears on early settlers' transatlantic, oh my god, where'd it go? Transatlantic journeys from Europe to America. Okay. For this thoroughly standard culinary history arose the cherry legacy as a sex symbol. In a dictionary of sexual language and imagery in the Shakespearean and Stuart literature, Gordon Williams traces the cherry's cultural influence back to the 16th and 17th century, referring to some of the notable ways that Europeans were using the fruit to talk about sins of the flesh. Poets Josiah Sylvester, cherrylets to niplets to teetits. In multiple works, Charles Cotton comprises the Gordon plot of maiden hair, to black cherries in Erytopolis, and John Girl refers to sex as playing at Bobby Cherry in the erotic pamphlet Wandering Whore. Although the fruit is now most frequently associated with the female anatomy, or literary ancestors picked up on the fact that the bulbous cherry pressed up against pouting lips looks like the tip of a dick, and the pair of cherries dangling over an open mouth resembles another slightly hairier pair. Oh! In 1955, authors Michael Mellett and Jean Leung published The School of Venus, an erotic novel that includes the sentence, "There's a fold of skin towards the tip of which the blah 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 blah, which draws back and covers a head like a huge red cherry, as pleasant to the touch as anything could be." One of the most notable nods to cherries, though, is one of the earliest in the poem "There is a Garden in Her Face." Thomas Campion likens the fruit to what is most commonly symbolized today, the sex appeal of a pure virginal young woman during the 17th century. English cherries vendors would call out "cherry ripe" to alert potential buyers to the fruit, which Campion refers to here. There's a garden in her face. There cherries grow which one may buy, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Sadly for Campion, the poem suggests his beautiful virgin isn't quite ripe or for picking. Jesus Christ. It wasn't until the 19th century for this figuratively meaning started to become widespread. The image of the cherry is based on the idea of ripeness, and thus the virginity tends to be seen as something that sooner or later is due to be lost. Wait, that is kind of connected to Kazuya, who has seemingly, like, struggling with losing his virginity and all that bullshit. Oh boy. And thus virginity tends to be seen as something that sooner or later is due to be lost. Distinguishing slang, Green writes that the Green's Dictionary of Slang, in which he also traces the origins of the virgins losing their cherry or getting it popped or busted, to the early 19th century. By this time, young girls picking cherries or creating baskets of them is a common motif in art, with men like Frederick and blah 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 painting prepubescent girls on blemished porcelain skin alongside deep red cherries, just as there's a perfect time to pluck a perfect plump cherry before it browns. Older men believed noble virgins to have a best by date. Jesus Christ. Most recently, the cherry's juice influence has bled into all sorts of American culture. The deep red fruit is a popular pattern on lingerie and adolescent girls' clothing, which, considering is a connotation of purity and sex appeal, is recent enough to have dressed your daughter in a cherry-printed dress. Men who play around with instruments have also enjoyed slipping cherry references into the music. Warrant Bells, She's My Cherry Pie in Cherry Pie. Okay, I'm addicted to the feeling of cherry red, cherry baby. What else? But perhaps the cherry hit its peak when Audrey Horne slipped a cherry between her bright red lips in that famous Twin Peaks scene. Oh, I have watched Twin Peaks. I don't remember that, though. Eating the flesh and tying the stem with her tongue. She embodied everything resoundingly male artists have thought about the cherry. She was drippingly sexual, but also innocent and pure, and therefore ripe for entering the infamous brothel, One-Eyed Jack's. The fruit itself is innately sexual, after all. It's defined as the enlarged ovaries of flowering plants, but cherries have always been on top. Oh, we're gonna have a whole lot of Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Wasn't the date supposed to end with sex? Uh-oh. Wait. What did Kazuya say in this chapter about mommy? Oh, big uh-oh. Oh, mega uh-oh. If I tried to kiss Mommy-chan at that moment, she probably would have let me. It's not like I haven't thought about what happens after that. She was so sexy, any college man in that position would do it. Omega uh-oh. Super duper uh-oh. Oh boy. But I won't make the same mistake again. He's going... Oh no! Mommy was emotional coercion. Ruka was physical coercion. What if he actually makes the mistake with Sumi, like actually does it? That would ruin Kazuya's character, but... This is heavily implying... This is heavily implying it's going to happen again, if not worse. This is heavily implying it's going to happen again, if not worse. Oh boy. Maybe it's meant to highlight that he's making the same mistakes and he thinks he isn't. So maybe when it happens with Sumi, it could be like that wake up moment where he's been making the same mistakes over and over. Maybe Sumi could do... Sumi is both like an emotional and a physical safe space. So what if she becomes both a dangerous physical and emotional space? Kazuya's loyalty is unbreakable. Dude has temptation after temptation. Always stood for this girl. Ed. He's losing himself. When you don't know who you are and what you truly want, how can you stay loyal? Accidental kiss, maybe, or he goes for it, lol. Yeah, now that would be interesting if he kisses Sumi. That would be quite interesting if he kisses Sumi. Like I think that would be really interesting if he actually lets his sexual desires take over. Because so far, Kazuya hasn't, but he's hitting a breaking point. So, he never kissed Chizuru, but he kisses Sumi. That would be kind of insane. Sumi will blindside him with her innocence and take his cherry. He tries and Sumi stops him because she knows Kazuya loves Chizuru. Either way, there is a lot of undertone of sex, kissing, sexual desires, innocence, cherry picking. Like let's go through the list. Let's go through the list. Let's make a quick list. Here, let me make a quick list of like the things that we've got so far. So feel free to type them in chat. What have we gone through so far? We see Bunny Girl Sumi before too, which literally represents physical desire. Yup. Yup. And there's something else going on right now. Oh. There's a whole other thing going on right now that I can't quite tell you guys about yet. Okay, so we got cherry picking. Cherries as associated with virginity and sex, purity and innocence, and the appeal of women. Innocent. Okay, let me... Oh my god. We said virtue, blood of Christ. What else we got? Watching episode 11 recently. In episode 11, she was so reclusive that Kazuya was thinking if he had taken the lead for the practice date, if he has to take the lead for the practice, yeah, you'd hear Kazuya's rental date, Sumi takes the lead, pointing to where she wants to go. Sumi wants to do what she was afraid Umi might do. Sumi might do what we were afraid Umi might do, huh? Pretty much. I think ultimately Sumi's going to be what Minnie couldn't be. Minnie caused problems, Ruka sexually assaulted him, Mommy crossed his boundaries. Sumi will give him tough love and he'll open up about the Ruka incident. What if Sumi is not what we think she is? So what else? What else? We talked about a few different things here. What else was there about cherries? Cherry is innocence, but also passion. Is cherry associated with passion? I've yet to see passion. Oh, this is the one we read earlier. Are cherries associated with passion? They are associated with passion, love, and romance, but it's fucking from Instagram, dude. Forbidden fruit. Oh, temptation, forbidden romance. Okay. So let's write that. Love and passion. It's connected to Sumi's name of cherry blossoms. Oh my god, Sumi's character song for the anime was called Sakura Selfish. Flirtation, seduction. I already wrote temptation earlier. Seduction, hot, sexy. We also have the ribbons. Oh yeah, fertility. We read that one somewhere else. I know these are AI, but we did read. I did read some of these earlier, so that's why I'm like I don't mind. Fertility. Fertility. I'm not typing it correctly, but there we go. Oh yeah, there was that thing about Venus. There was a connection to Venus, which is huge because Chizuru is currently doing a play about Venus. Connection to Venus. Romance and desire. Cherries are frequently used as a romantic gesture, with sharing them symbolizing love and affection. In 19th century Europe, they were linked to sensuality, sexuality, and sins of the flesh. Ooh, okay, there we go. Sins of the flesh, sexuality. Yeah, I kind of noticed I spelled that wrong. Jesus Christ. Sensationality. Oh, okay. Okay, and just add desire in there just to make it like clearer. Oh yeah, divinity. We wrote that with Venus, but let's add divinity to Venus. And divinity. Connection to Venus and divinity. Well, maybe that can happen, like how we almost got an accidental kiss between Kazuya and Chizuru, but Chizuru saved herself, as it may be the reverse of the with Kazuya and Sumi. But then again, if Sumi stops it, it will actually stop it or tell him why he shouldn't do it. So it'd be interesting if Sumi's the one who stops this time. It'd be interesting if Sumi's the one who stops him this time, whereas before, Kazuya's trying to stop everyone else. Did you notice that? So Kazuya tries to stop everyone else. When Mommy tries to get on top of him with Ruka, or sorry, when Mommy's below him, Ruka's above him, Kazuya's the one who stops them, or at least tries to stop them. He couldn't stop Ruka, and he does like try to stop Mommy. What if with Sumi, Sumi's the one who stops him? What if he's about to do something he's going to regret? So that could be a whole other thing to talk about. Yeah, so like every single piece of dialogue that was presented to you in this chapter is very, very intentional. Kazuya is upside down. As if he has this all upside down. That what he's saying is off. Something is wrong about what he's saying. All of it is upside down. Which makes sense because he's talking about the helicopter. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Kind of looks like a helicopter, weirdly enough. Every time he thinks about emotional connection to Chizuru, he thinks of Mommy. Every time he thinks of physical connection to Chizuru, he thinks... So when he says, I love Mizuhara, he goes to his sexual desires with Mommy. Or sorry, with Ruka. When he talks about... what is he talking about? When he talks about making her heart skip a beat, he thinks about how Mommy made his heart skip a beat. When he thinks about his love for Chizuru, he thinks about Ruka. Oh, he's gonna realize he already told her all of this. He's trying to tell her something she already knows. He's trying to tell her something she already knows. This shot reminds me of something. Let me pull up what this shot reminds me of. This is what this reminds me of. Look at that. Don't these look similar? I'm not crazy. These look similar, right? I guess there's nothing to worry about. There's absolutely something to worry about. How am I ever gonna tell her how am I ever gonna let her know all this? You already did. Oh my god, this is just paradise. We're about to enter Hawaiians. Oh, we are about to enter Hawaiians. What the fuck? Oh, this arc is crazy, dude. This arc is cray-cray, bro. What the fuck? He sits in a lit room, but he's the only thing shadowed. He sits in a lit room, but he is the only thing shadowed. As if he's lying to himself. The obvious is so in front of him. I don't just want to have sex with her. I mean, I do. I really, really do. But it's more than that. It's as if he's lying to himself. He puts so much emphasis on the sex element because of specifically what Ruka said. If you remember, this is exactly where he was sitting when he was talking to Ruka. It's as if he's literally answering her question. He needs to say, I want to have sex with her because it validates his love. He needs to say, I want to have sex with her because it validates his love, but then he hates himself for feeling the desire to have sex with her because love is supposed to be more than just sex. He needs to be upside down to learn about Chizuru's perspective. Kazuya is upside down because of Chizuru, the same way Chizuru's world turned upside down because of Kazuya. Well, no. That world turned upside down because of Minnie's hypothetical question. But I can see where you're coming from. I do see the connection there. Kazuya needs to be upside down to get what she's feeling. Because clearly, maybe upside down is right side up. You know, maybe upside down is right side up, and that we this whole time we've been thinking we're right side up. Okay, so that's a good catch. That's a good catch. The upside down literally matches the right side up thing. Kazuya needs to be upside down to see things clearly because being right side up, he's clearly not seeing things accurately. What in the world was the deal with Mami-chan? What in the world? The world flipped. What in the world? Granted, he could have said something different in Japanese. It's interesting he says, I won't make that mistake again. And he says this when he's looking down, which is where Mami was. She was below him. When he's upside down, he says, other dudes have tried this before me. I need some fucking tea. Oh, what the fuck? There's so much going on. There's so much going on. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the actual fuckity fuck? Okay, so his date with Sumi is shorter. It's like 3 hours. His date with Sumi is shorter. It's about 3 hours. Did you read my comment about Sumi? Where? I just read that the flowering cherry trees don't produce edible fruit, and it came from outside. If Sumi's name means cherry blossoms, could it show that this won't be as fruitful as we will think? Yeah, absolutely. Which, by the way, next chapter is fruit pie, which is kind of wild. Next chapter is fruit pie, which is, yeah. Oh boy. Sumi has a fruit on her. She literally has tarts. I wonder if they're gonna eat like a tart pie or something. Oh my god. Yeah, what was the... Yeah, oh my god, it's a fruit pie. Next chapter is fucking fruit pie. Oh my god. You're literally eating the fruit. You're eating the forbidden fruit. It's literally about sinning. Oh, so much of this is about sinning. Eating the forbidden fruit, doing the bad thing, eating a cherry pie. Oh, there's going to be so many sexual innuendos in this arc. Oh, there's going to be so many sexual innuendos in this arc. Holy shit. But what was strong words? Why was the teaser strong words? What were the strong words? Okay, let's mention that real quick. This arc with Sumi. A lot of sexual innuendos. Oh boy. Yeah, this arc's gonna be kind of wild. Feels like this arc is gonna be kind of wild. I think next chapter we need a Sumi breakdown. I think Reiji very much has to do a Sumi breakdown. Also, the black contrasting the white is very intentional. Sumi kind of looks like a maid, but she's also dressed up exactly like the Lolita fashion, which is very much like the appeal of appearing like a doll. You know, because the Lolita fashion stems from the European doll-like fashion. So Sumi literally embodies the idea of perfection and dolls and these things. Yeah, no, there's gonna be like a whole thing about this. Jesus Christ. Because like throughout the entire Odaiba date, there was stuff like this constantly. Like the Odaiba date was literally filled to the brim with like references to sex and shit. It was not subtle at all. Like here, look at this. Look at this. It literally looks like the morning after. Come on, it literally looks like the morning after. Like they just had sex. There's another one where there's a fucking bra. Just like lying around in the house. Jesus Christ, man. Well, this arc's going to be crazy. I'm already seeing a lot. A lot. Like, it's not even... Sorry. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to buy the fish hat or the fish beanie that Sumi got Kazuya. Yeah, so this like person actually owns it, which is sick. I really wanted to get it. This person actually owns the beanie. I wanted to get it, but I never got a chance. I'll see if I can get a chance to get it. Yeah, I think everybody's like focused on the ending of like Chainsaw Man. What's going on here? Okay. By the way, paying your friend to confide in them kind of sucks. Couldn't Kazuya just ask her to meet? Yeah, I think that's another part of the issue, isn't there? Isn't that another part of the issue? Is like they're not actually friends. Sumi and Kazuya aren't actually friends. You know? They still have that rental issue that exists around them. The question is, Sumi's just a rental girlfriend, but Chizuru was a real date. Did that mean something? So isn't that interesting? The rental girlfriend might break the rental girlfriend rules, and the girl who was a rental girlfriend that went on a real date couldn't break the rules. Isn't that interesting? So I think this entire chapter is literally not going to be a rental date. This entire chapter is going to break rental date rules. That's the whole idea. I think that's what's going to happen. This entire chapter is going to break rental date rules. It's just not going to function how you think it is. How many chapters do we have until the season comes out. More specifically, when chapter 18 comes out, because I have a feeling when the episode comes out, it may be a chapter where Kazuya's sexual desires explode or something like that. Okay, so let's check real quick. So today's the 24th, the 31st, the 7th. So chapter 420 is when the anime is going to start. I don't think I could be wrong. I don't think they're going to have episode or chapter 218 in episode 1. I'd be surprised if they do. I think we're more likely to get Mommy's backstory than chapter 218. Granted, if we get Mommy's backstory, we could combine that with Kazuya's. I just don't see how chapter 218 could be adapted without having finished the Ruka stuff, unless they make the Ruka stuff a flashback. So it could be episode 1. There's a chance it could be episode 1. There's a chance it could be episode 2. I'm leaning towards episode 2. I'm leaning towards episode 2 personally. I think there's a little too much initially to start with chapter 218. I think if they start with chapter, like, Mommy's backstory, a little bit after Mommy's backstory, maybe some of the Ruka stuff, it could work a lot better than just straight in chapter 218, because I feel like we need a little time before chapter 218 kicks in. So I don't think we're going to get chapter 218 right away. I think it'll happen, like, a little bit after. Fuck, the season starts in 2 weeks. Fuck me, man. The season starts in 2 weeks. Fuck me, man. Fuck, dude. Fuck me, dude. I always feel like I need to do more, but then I didn't do enough. So when the season comes out, I'll be like, oh, I didn't do enough for it. My plague, my curse. Always late, never doing what I want to. Did you notice Kazuya is calmly processing the Mommy situation upside down? He's balancing because he is thinking about something else, someone else's feelings. The moment he thinks, but I love Mizuhara, his balance completely fails. Oh, okay, let's look at that. He's processing Mommy calmly upside down. No, his balance doesn't fail with Mizu. Oh, it kind of does. His balance fails when he thinks of Chizuru. She made it sound as if she might still be in love with me or something. She also said that Mizuhara got mad at her for being obsessive. But I love Mizuhara. He falls upside down not simply because of Mizuhara, but because of his desire to be loved, and how he's not in control of that. So you're partially correct. Kazuya uses his love for Chizuru as a moral anchor to stop his physical desires from taking over. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You have to, it's just a denial of your physical desires. You're using love to deny something else. That's not how it works. You don't just deny your physical desires, dude. The site crashed where the Chainsaw Man chapter was published. Well, good thing I remember the Chizuru mini chapter ended with the world being flipped. Now Kazuya has flipped himself on his head. Yeah, that's what Roman was saying. That's pretty much what Roman was saying. I think what Reishi's essentially telling us is that our entire world is going to be flipped upside down. Which by the way, Kazuya thinking about Mommy when he's upside down, it has a lot more meaning than you realize. Has a lot more meaning than you realize. And we've talked about this in the past, but let me show you. Okay, remember when Mommy outed them? What happens? Kazuya's world flips upside down. He's literally talking upside down. The upside down is a misdirect. Heaven and earth reversing is a misdirect. You're completely misunderstanding what's going on. Because the real meaning of the upside down is literally Kazuya's world flipped upside down. The head-supported headstand in Japanese culture is said to break the ego by flipping the noble head beneath the lowly feet, fostering radical humility and Zen focus. I think that's essentially what's... Like, you're probably right. But I think what that is implying is that Kazuya has to be flipped upside down by the end of this to actually, like, to gain true humility. By putting his head where his feet were. You know? So I think you're kind of correct. I think that's going to be later. I think that's the visual indication of what's happening is like to gain humility. While at the same time, in this chapter, it's literally showing you how Kazuya needs to recognize why his world is upside down. That he doesn't value himself in some ways. There's layers of meanings. What chapter was that? This is chapter 22. This is chapter 22. It starts with this. So the upside down world is literally that whole idea. It basically confirms Mami is the inverse to Chizuru. Mami is upside down and Chizuru is right side up. It's like Stranger Things. Kinda. When he says, "But I love Mizuhara," looks like he put his head in the sand, leaving him exposed. It's almost like he says this, run for cover and hope for the best. Oh, you mean like when he comes down like this? It's literally like he's putting his head in the water. It's literally like he's putting his head in the water. Or he's like digging or looking for something. Yeah, there's a weird visual storytelling happening here. There's a lot of play with words and visual storytelling happening in this chapter. There's a lot going on. This entire chapter is literally spelling this arc out for you. This chapter is packed full to the brim with shit, like way more than last chapter. This chapter is built on like everything that's come before. It is so packed to the brim with fucking information, and it's intentional because there's so much to talk about. There's so much to explore. In chapter 97, they are on the same level on the stairs, and now Sumi is higher. Right before they gives him the beanie, and what happens in chapter 96, she tries to confess and fails. Oh shit, I was even talking about this. Fuck. Okay, the more I read your guys' comment, the more I think I should just read my thread that I wrote. The more I'm starting to think I should just read the thread that I wrote. So the chapter around that episode, something could happen to flip Kazuya's world. For sure. I do think the chapter around sexual desire is also going to be connected somehow to whatever Reiji is going to be writing at the time. He's burying his head in the sand and he's saying, "Ow, why are people stepping on me?" I agree with the first part. Can't you say Finding Nemo? What about Finding Nemo? It is relevant, but why Finding Nemo? Let's see. But still, if there's only 3 chapters left until the season, I'm still thinking chapter 18 will come out in episode 2, maybe 3. So the rental is 3 hours. So what if the next 3 chapters are the rental date with Sumi, and the 4th or 5th chapter will be related to chapter 218? Well, I doubt the 3 hours are going to pass by that quickly. You know? Which, by the way, when Kazuya asked Chizuru out, wasn't it literally also a week? No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. If it is, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. No fucking way. Okay, when Kazuya asked Chizuru out, how many days was it from there? Okay, he asked her out the 17th, day right before you move out. I'll be free all day. Okay, let's check chapter 317. Okay. So that was the 5th. And here's the 17th. Okay, so no, they still had a decent amount of time. So it was 2 weeks. With Sumi, it's 1 week. With Chizuru, it's 2 weeks. Okay. Got it. Well, when did Kazuya ask Sumi out? Was it 2 weeks? Now I'm curious. So he asked her out in chapter 413, if I recall correctly. Okay. So the date is 2 hours, not 3. The date is only 2 hours, not 3. It's short, and it's in the middle of the day. Whereas with Chizuru, the date was all day. What the fuck? Unless he thought Kazuya being upside down was thinking Reiji copied Demon Slayer with Tanjiro, got the sword from the challenge, and got exited, lol. What did you call? You called what? What'd you call? It won't be 2 hours, it'll be more. So they extend it, which is similar to what they did in the cheer update. They extended it in the cheer update. Season 5 has to end with the setup for the cohabitation, in my opinion. I think there's a real chance it'll end with Chizuru's birthday. There's a very real chance it'll end with Chizuru's birthday. I kind of doubt it'll end right when they move in together. Because if it does, I'd be surprised. It could. So if we count the chapters, like... Unless they skip around a little bit. Because they move in... So he moves into Chizuru's place around chapter 255. Or 56. Some point around there. So... Let's check how many chapters still need adapting. Because there is a few that still need adapting. That were not adapted, but they kind of need to. Okay, that already happened. 210. Okay, so they skipped this entire Ruka segment. This has not been adapted yet. This needs to be adapted. Like you literally can't skip it. You have to adapt it. So that has to be adapted. That is about half a chapter. 212. So there's still about a chapter's worth, or a chapter to 2 chapters worth of shit that still needs to be adapted with Ruka. And then afterwards, you get into the mom. So they essentially have to adapt the entire Ruka sequence between Curry and Ruka. And then they also still have to adapt all of the mommy shit from chapter 214, chapter 215, 216, and 217. So they can't start with chapter 218. There's too much beforehand they can start it. Chapter 218, at the very least, is probably chapter 2. At the very least, especially because if you remember, chapter 218 starts, like, has a lot of Ruka portions. So, like, there's this entire portion right here with Ruka where Kazuya runs into her and she says, "I love you," but she had that entire thing happen in the background with Curry. So, at the very least, there is at least one episode they need to adapt with Ruka, or at the very least, what I could see them do is, like, episode 1, they focus purely on what I could see them do structurally is that episode 1 they focus purely on mommy, episode 2 starts with Ruka, and then it cuts to Kazuya, and then it has chapter 218 essentially happen with Kazuya. I could see that happening. I'd be surprised if they just somehow cram in chapter 218 in episode 1. Because I feel like chapter 218 is the start of everything. So I don't know. I honestly thought Kazuya being... Okay, we already said this. Let's check chapters 242, 224, 42, 24, and 22. Why those? We would check chapter 204. Season 5 is probably going to end right after the ghosting. I doubt it, because that's too short. The ghosting ends in chapter 239. That would be about, like, 30 chapters. That's not 12 episodes. That's not 12 episodes. It ending around chapter 255, which is when they move in together, makes a lot of sense. And also thematically just works better rather than just ending it at the ghosting. That just feels dumb, but it feels like it works perfectly because the season starts with them separated, right? The season literally starts with them separated, which is them, like, not together, and they think Kazuya thinks he's rejected. Chizuru is with mommy, and she's having, like, this whole issue. Then they have their entire conflict with their family. Then the ghosting happens, so they're, like, omega separated. And then it's coming full back around to the very end where they start living together. Makes a lot of sense. This also adds to the fact that the ending song is called Room 204. This makes a lot of sense because literally they lose their house, but then they get a new house. So it just makes too much sense for it to end when they move in together. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's about, like, 40 to 50 chapters. I think that's pretty fucking reasonable. Like, that doesn't seem too outlandish because they still have to adapt. So I'm going to count an extra chapter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Okay. So if they adapt 43-ish chapters, we will end up with them moving together. I think that's really good pacing. 43 chapters in 12 episodes seems pretty good to me. And this to me is a fantastic spot to stop. If they stretch it to Chizuru's birthday, it would go to how many? 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. So our two stops are either when they live together or Chizuru's birthday. Because 60 chapters is about the amount they usually adapt. 60 chapters is about the amount they usually adapt. I could see them skipping a few, so that way they can adapt 60-ish chapters in 12 episodes. I hope they don't, frankly speaking. I actually really hope they don't. I kind of hope they take their sweet fucking time and just stop when they move in together. But yeah, I think 43 chapters is pretty fucking reasonable. How many chapters did they adapt in season 3? Or sorry, season 4? So it was 167 to chapter 211. Something like that. No, it was 168. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. So they adapted about 44 chapters in season 4. Season 4, they adapted 44 chapters. It makes too much sense to stop at chapter 255 when they move in together. It's literally the same amount. It's 44 to 43 chapters. It's perfect. I think that's immaculate pacing. I think that's a great spot to stop instead of just booking it to Chizuru's birthday. I don't think they should book it to Chizuru's birthday. I don't think that's a great idea. A lot of people have said it should end around Chizuru's birthday. I don't think so. I think it's a terrible fucking idea. I think starting with a fresh start in season 5 is very fitting. I think when season 5 ends, the characters will have a true fresh start as a contrast to the 5th season where it's the fake fresh start. So the cohabitation is basically a fake fresh start. What do I mean by this? It's kind of fictional. The whole idea of the cohabitation is that it's somewhat of an illusion because it's still built around a lot of... It's a new foundation built on their broken foundation, right? The only reason they have this newish foundation is because they lost their old one. So it's still built on a fictional broken foundation. It's built on this old house, that barely works and functions. And they can't really make it work. So much of it is still built around the illusions and the issues that they haven't really overcome. So that fresh foundation rather acted as more of a comfort space for the characters. Whereas I think it would be so fitting that when they reach that fictional foundation, in the manga, they reach a real one. So maybe by the end of season 5, the characters will have maybe somehow established a brand new foundation. Or hit some sort of point where they can finally start fresh in some way. I don't think the anime will adapt the stupid filler chapters like the Twister or the Tor. Oh no, those are necessary. The Twister chapter is literally an entire deconstruction of Minnie's character. It takes place on Minnie's birthday. It is literally an exploration of Minnie's character. So much of this is why I think they need to stop when they move in together, because the entire structure of season 6 would be completely different. The entire structure of season 6 is going to be slice of life, slow moving. Those are not filler chapters. There is not a single filler chapter in the cohabitation. Not a single one is filler. Not in the way that you understand filler. What you're talking about filler is like waste of time. It's not necessary to the story. It doesn't matter. No, these do matter. Abso-fucking-lutely they matter. So I think they would need to really restructure themselves for season 3. To make them work. There's only technically one filler chapter. One. And it's like chapter 40 something. I think it's chapter 40. Where it's never mentioned, never talked about, never brought up again. It's not even adapted by the anime. That's like the only technically real filler chapter. And even then, it's like indirectly nodded to by Reiji. It's indirectly nodded to by Reiji in chapter 143 and chapter 299 because it's the chapter where Kazuya finds Ruka's undies, and he thinks they're Chizuru's, and he tries to hide them out of fear. Just as in chapter 143, he finds Chizuru's underwear, only for it to be someone else's underwear. And then in chapter 291, he actually finds Chizuru's underwear. So, even that chapter, which is never referenced, never talked about, is technically canon, and not filler. Even that chapter is technically not filler. If anything, it actually fits well for Kazuya's character and his fear of being hated for sexual desires, because when Chizuru finds out that Kazuya was holding on to Ruka's undies, she's just like, oh, fuck you, I thought you were better than this, you know? When it wasn't really his fault. If anything, that chapter actually matters a lot right now. So let's like look at that really quick. That chapter actually matters a lot right now. So even that chapter isn't really filler anymore, if you think about it. Like let's pull it up. Bro, even that chapter is not filler now. That chapter actually has a lot of weight. That stupid, dumb chapter from the very beginning of the series actually has a lot of fucking weight now. Holy shit. Is it 40 or 41? It's 40. Kazuya finds undies, picks them up because Chizuru came up and he freaks out. And Chizuru talks to him and he's acting weird and hiding something. Did you see a ghost or something? He's being weird and he's like, I came back to my room with Mizuhara's panties. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. He fucking hates himself for it. Ruka shows up and he ends up in a really weird, awkward situation where Ruka's on top of him trying to get this secret out of him. And guess what? He pretends to try and kiss her so he can grab and hide them. Ruka's like, what are you doing? Kazuya freaks out. She's like, give me what you're hiding. Show me what you're hiding. He runs out of the room. Chizuru's like, what's wrong? Is everything okay? And she's like, if that's what you want, then it's already like, he's like, oh, just take it easy. Sorry for the noise. Chizuru was like implying something weird here. And then Ruka busts through the door and Kazuya drops them. And Chizuru's like, what the fuck? And Kazuya's like, no. Ruka says, oh, these are mine. And he's like, what the hell? I was so convinced they belonged to Mizuhara. And Chizuru's like, I didn't expect anything and I'm still disappointed. And that is Kazuya's deepest fear right there. So this chapter that's never referenced, never talked about, literally never brought up, is now incredibly relevant. Because now this is Kazuya's deepest fear. That Chizuru is gonna fucking hate him. And I'm like, it's totally fair, right? It's totally fair from Chizuru's POV. She's like, I thought you needed help. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? So yeah, even that chapter is absolutely fucking relevant. 148 is about Chizuru's guilt and the contemplating telling the truth to Sayuri. Chapter 184 is about Kazuya trying to confess and fall, then Ruka comes to supervise. And fails. You mean and fails. Yeah. And both of these are absolutely relevant. Okay. So so we have a few options. I have a thread I could read for you guys that I wrote for Sumi that I ended up kind of like getting a lot of this correct. Like I low-key might have predicted a lot without meaning to. So we could read that. We can check Reddit. Yeah. We can talk about how Sumi has grown and changed in some ways. Ooh, here we go. That's a good one to share. Sorry, just checking if there's anything interesting on Twitter. Don't see much, unfortunately. Oh, Jill Valentine, my babe. I love her, my fucking queen. Okay. So yeah, what do you guys think? So let's make a poll. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. What should I do? Read my threads. Read Reddit. Okay, I'll make this quick. So, tell me, guys, what you think. Whew. Read Reddit. Okay. Most people seem to want me to read Reddit so far. Let's see how many actually voted. 5 votes. Read Reddit. Read threads. Okay. 7 votes. Read threads. Okay, threads seem to be winning. I'll let it get to maybe like 15 votes, and then we'll do it. Here's hoping actually 15 people vote. Hey, you should vote. Please vote. Thank you. I guess I'll pull up Reddit for now. I'll just do some of the readings. Let's just read real quick. Okay, Sumi's return to the manga. I think Kazuya may tell Sumi about where things stand with Chizuru and ask her advice about what to do next. Okay. No, not again, Minnie. That face again. Stop it. Oh, yeah. Oh, Minnie. Oh, Minnie. Okay. You can find nearly the same panel 2 pages back. A lot of Fishkun in this chapter. Sumi not the only one making a full return, apparently. Wow, finally Sumi's back. All seems to be she's back in a really important role, just as she did before the movie arc. Refer in Love is the counterpart of the Girlfriend in Love, which took 30 plus chapters and sounds promising before even beginning. I don't think it'll be even half as long, but surely it'll make Kazuya find some important resolve for the rest of the series. Anyway, I'm really excited. Yep. Asking Grok for relationship advice might be a really low point in the series. That's actually literally the point. That's literally the fucking point. That's literally the point. Bro, I'm gonna just retweet it. I gotta look up my own shit. AI. Bro, I gotta go retweet some of my shit because I'm out here saying like all this shit in the past and people didn't believe me. Sorry, I'm just like reposting like all the shit I've said in the past about this AI shit. Okay, I reposted a whole bunch of shit. Yeah. Let's see. I feel bad for her. I don't. People ship Minnie and Kazuya. A lot of members here do. They just want to get along with these latest chapters, like Sumi's appearance, so they would like to say something about it. I'm not sure if they're catching the manga, but most of the people here are convinced that Minnie doesn't like Kazuya in a romantic way. I think it's not that Minnie doesn't like Kazuya in a romantic way. She doesn't pursue her own love and doesn't even know what love truly is. So Minnie just kind of like follows, like lets herself catch feelings for Kazuya. But he asked me, I think she do, but not a type of interfere with other people's relationship, though, I hope. I've been reading the manga since the first chapter was translated. The ship doesn't make much sense for me, and the story was always obvious about Chizuru being the endgame. I took part in the Minnie seemingly showing interest for Kazuya as a way to promote her route for the VN game that was coming out, but her being interested in this feeling of love, not Kazuya in particular. So the chapter, that's silly. That's not really it. It's not because it's promoting the visual novel game. It's the visual novel game is like its own fucking thing. Reiji's not stupid. He doesn't care about that. There's a whole lot of posts to Chizuru. I don't get it. Minnie continues the process of stepping to be Reiji's mouthpiece, and Kazuya continues to be rational and sensible. Minnie is not Reiji's mouthpiece. I really hate this reading. Reiji has openly, publicly said in the fucking like in a fucking video that Minnie represents the voice of the readers, not his own. He openly said this in a fucking stream when people asked him. She's not Reiji's mouthpiece. That's not what she is. If anything, Mr. Fish is. Mr. Fish is Reiji. When Reiji signs autographs and shit like that, he draws Mr. Fish because he's Mr. Fish. Yes, Mr. Fish is Reiji. There you go. That is who Reiji is. Reiji's Mr. Fish, not Minnie. The chapter and the title numbers are not in sync since their date. Chapter 3. Wait. Actually, you just made me realize something I need to check. Holy fuck. The Boyfriend in Love Part 1, and it's like Omega out of sync. What the fuck? There's a 1 in there. So if we do part 2, there's no 2 now. What the fuck? Oh, this numbering is weird. The numbers that like in the Odaiba date, it's like the title, the number of the arc is 1 behind, which is very fitting because either Kazuya was behind or Chizuru was behind. Right? So if you go back to those arcs, it was chapter 352 that started the arc, and part 1 was just 1 behind constantly. It was always like you're 1 step behind constantly. Whereas now, it's not even remotely in sync. It's completely out of sync. So 418 has no relation to chapter 1. Or sorry, part 1. It has no relation to part 1 at all. It's like it's completely out of sync. It's 100% completely out of sync. I think that's really fascinating. It's like Kazuya's completely lost the plot, which I think is really fitting. Kazuya's like totally and completely lost the plot. That's the way I'm reading it. You know, some people might think, okay, there's no meaning to it. That's how I'm reading it. Okay. For me, the highlight is Minnie being wrong about Chizuru. It feels Reiji is stopping us here. Reiji stopped using her as a blatant mouthpiece. She was never a mouthpiece. So that's a weird reading. Chizuru is head over heels for Kazuya. She has been for years, and it's pretty clear she intends to date for real. This is also one of those chapters where Kazuya's thoughts being fully shown in his monologues help a lot. He's clearly shaken by what happened with Ruka and Mami, but that doesn't put him into a crisis nor act irrationally. That's all he's fucking doing. Seeking Sumi seeking Sumi's help is the perfect decision. She's always been the most helpful for Kazuya when needing emotional advice. So though I don't like the idea of planning another heart-skipping date for Chizuru, the ball's in her court and Kazuya needs to realize it. No. The ball is not in her court. It has been in his court the whole fucking time. It has been in his court the whole fucking time. He's the one choosing to do nothing. It's literally been in his court the whole fucking time. Chizuru is doing shit. He's not. No, I think that idea of the ball's in your court constant thing is bullshit. You work on it together and that's it. Period. Not the ball is in your court, the ball is in my court. No, you work on it together, period. There are only minor things I dislike. The story pointing out, yet again, that Kazuya doesn't just find Chizuru attractive, but fully loves her. Everyone knows this already, except that's a lie. Wow, this person is rating this like very surface level. The rating on this is like really, really surface level. It's quite fascinating how like very surface level this is as a rating. Another look of pity from Minnie. This isn't pity. Okay, not interested in that. Chapter seems to bring us back, chapter 396 and 98. Reiji didn't spare us a nostalgic return, and we're even... Okay, so I really need to... Bro, I really need to fucking read my thread. I knock this shit out of the fucking park. You guys are not ready for my thread. Where's Potato Bubble, the goat of Reddit? He's great too. I like him too. He's great. He's very open to criticism, which I really appreciate. I think very few people are incredibly open to criticism like he is. Where he's very open. We talked, we texted, we talked about like how you know, some things in the French were misspelled. Like remember the chocolate thing? We were a while back. We were looking at the chocolates on Chizuru's on the gift Chizuru gave Kazuya for Valentine's Day, and Reiji like openly said he didn't want it to be legible. But when we were translating it at the time, like it was spelled incorrectly and it was meant to be read as "I only see you." But because it's in Japan, they misspelled it because they misspell shit all the time. But yeah, we ended up finding out after I talked to Reiji briefly that the chocolate was not meant to be legible. You were not supposed to read the French there. It was not meant to be legible. That's why it's never intentionally panned to or intentionally shown. This is something Reiji also does with Mommy with the earring, where he intentionally obscures the earring. You never see Mommy's earring. You never see it. In that same way, I realized something really interesting. So do you guys remember how in chapter 400 and... when we were reading chapter 417, we were talking about how we never see Mommy's earring, even though Mommy started all this because she said she lost the earring. What's interesting about that is when I watch the anime, I vividly recall them showing the bracelet. I went back and read those chapters. So I went back and read those chapters where Mommy says she lost her bracelet in the beach and she wanted Kazuya to come near her so she can kiss him. In the manga, the bracelet is never shown. It is literally never there. You never see the bracelet. She never actually, like, you never actually visually see a bracelet. She's always wearing a hoodie. And the one time you see something on her wrist, it's not a bracelet. Whereas in the anime, they do show the bracelet. That to me was so fascinating. That means Mommy from the beginning of the series and Mommy now is doing the same thing. And you don't know. You have no idea if there was ever an earring. And based on what you saw before, you question, did Mommy plan all this? Just like she planned it back then. You have no way of knowing. Reiji cooked so fucking hard. Because back then, she absolutely planned it. But the kiss, she was clearly freaked out about the kiss. Just as here, she was clearly freaked out when Kazuya caught her. She was surprised when he showed up. There is so much uncertainty with Mommy's character that is so intentional. I fucking love it. He cooked so hard. Anyway. Transitional chapter, I guess. More like the... No. This chapter is not simply transitional. This chapter is literally telling you how this arc is going to play out. This entire chapter is not merely transitional. It is telling you exactly how this arc is going to play out. Koikoguru is the chapter's name. Like an Odaiba date with girlfriend, now with boyfriend. This is getting interesting. I've been hesitating to share this, but this chapter seems like a good time to reveal it. There's some fun hidden messages in the chapter that you can only figure out from the raw. There's an emphasis style that can be used in Japanese writing that has little dots over the words. If you take these words and arrange them, you'll get a funny little message most of the time. This week's message is the following. The cautious type who only commit after weighing every what if. Now it's my turn to make your heart flutter. Where did you get this? What I find interesting about this week's hidden message is how it appears to be actions of Chizuru and Kazuya respectively. But we know that Kazuya already makes Chizuru's heart flutter, so it stands to reason that Chizuru is cautious weighing all of what is if is equally pointless. This feels like more like Sumi. The cautious type who only commits after weighing every what if. That's Kazuya. That's not Chizuru, that's Kazuya. Now it's my turn to make your heart flutter. That's how Kazuya could perceive himself, but weirdly, I thought of Sumi when reading this. Ever read Gift of the Magi? It's a fun and poignant tale of two lovers sacrificing the part of themselves that others buy a gift for. I think we're already exactly the same situation here. Kazuya is trying to become a different person, worthy of Chizuru, and make her heart flutter, not realizing she already is, and Chizuru's constant cautiousness is completely eroding Kazuya's faith in her. It's not Chizuru's cautiousness. He's doing it to himself. No, the whole point of this story is that there comes a point where you're doing it to yourself. Sorry about talking about Chainsaw Man, but behind the stream by a lot. I don't think it's over. Makima is not being there cause she was eaten. I don't think any of the devils that Chainsaw Man ate are there. This is probably a fever dream. It's over. I'm sorry to tell you, it literally says the end. It's over. It's not a fever dream. It's over. It's a new world line. This is not a fever dream. It's over. It literally says the end. There's no more Chainsaw Man. If anything, you might get like a little piece of tidbits here and there, but it's over. I'm sorry, Soju. I'm gonna try my best not to sound really mean about this, but this sounds like some conspiracy theory shit. This is very much overthinking, unfortunately. You don't like the ending. I don't think so. You want the ending to be different. But Chainsaw Man doesn't exist. Chainsaw Man doesn't exist. Chainsaw still exists, so Pochita is not the Chainsaw Devil. Yeah, he's like the concept devil. You know, he ate his own concept. Something can still come back eventually. Because remember, when we were reading part 2, they got rid of nuclear bombs. Nuclear bombs were erased, and they still invented them. The United States is literally so war-driven, they still invented chainsaws. Or sorry, not chainsaws, nuclear bombs. So you have to understand, these concepts can still come back even if they were erased. They can still return even if they were erased. I think I saw something here. Let me pull it up. I saw someone make an interesting post. Let me see if I can read it for you guys. There it is. Daryl Talks Games is interesting, so I don't know if you guys ever seen Daryl Talks Games. He's interesting. I don't agree with everything he has to say. I do think he looks at things from like a weird lens. Sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's not. But Chainsaw Man was never about Denji chasing a dream, but the hollowness of achieving them and realizing that they can't replace the simple joys of life, like family and friendship. To me, the panel of him dropping the chainsaw to save Asa represents the pinnacle of his journey. So yeah, I like the ending. Was it flawless? Hell no. Did part 2 make promises that it didn't keep? Unquestionably. But manga rarely, if ever, end well with experiences. And I think much of that to do with every weekly episodic nature. I do think a part of it is the idea that like you're not going to get everything. The story actively shows you you're not getting everything you want. Like I mentioned this too when we were reading it. It's like, you know, you don't get Aki, you don't get Makima, you don't get Kishibe, nothing. Most of that is just not there, and it's because the story knows there are things missing. Yeah, so like I might not agree with Daryl Talks Games a lot, but I do somewhat agree with this reading. You know, it's not simply chasing a dream; it's like finding out what you really want out of life. You know, you keep talking about all these things you desire, but what do you actually want? Oh boy. People are saying stupid shit on Twitter, and ugh, fuck me. Fucking stupid Twitter people. So yeah, I don't know about this like reading. So Jojo, if you see this stream, could you like elaborate where you're getting this information from? I just don't quite know where you're getting it from or how you're piecing it together. Yeah, just feel free to explain that to me later. Hopefully you see this stream. I don't know if you will. Let's see. When the day comes and they both realize what the other has sacrificed for the other, it will shock and surprise them. It may also reveal the depth of their feelings for each other. Well, Chizuru already knows how much he's sacrificed for the most part. What she doesn't know is she doesn't know about Ruka and what kind of pain Ruka has caused him. In contrast, Kazuya clearly doesn't know how much Chizuru has sacrificed for him. I think Kazuya is the biggest thing to learn, which is like, again, Sumi surprises. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I expected more. What the hell? Maybe there is more. Okay, we read most of this, I think. Yep, we read this, we read that. All these posts, okay. Yeah, so Koi Koguru, which is specifically referring to Koi. So here, let's pull it up really quick. So just to make sure, Koi versus I think we already read this on stream. Koi versus I. Yeah, okay, so this is the, I think this is the one I found. So, Suki, the most common way to say I love you in Japanese, is one of the first words that most learners get to know and is also used extremely frequently. Okay, go away, please. Most advanced learners should have a pretty good grasp of its meaning, but that does not mean that it can't at times lead to confusion. One of the first encounters that many people have with the word is used in a confession, often the forms of a sentence like this: "I like you, I love you." In the context, often gets translated as love, although this might not always be the best choice, especially to understand the nuance and the differences between this and love. Okay, so. Yeah, let's see here. On the other hand, to express real love, you can say aishiteru, which has a completely different weight than suki and is only used for one purpose, to say I love you. Koi, more nuanced expression. Koi and I, more nuanced expressions of love. In Japanese, the concept of koi and the concept of I represents different facets of love, each with a distinct meaning and application. Koi is used when you're falling for someone. Koi expresses a strong interest in someone and a desire to know more about them and get closer to them. The dictionary describes it as being strongly attracted to, harboring deep feelings to the point of heartache, and the affectionate feelings between a man and a woman. Involves a powerful attraction and an emotional intensity that often leads to inner conflict when trying to express those feelings directly. The fear of rejection can cause hesitation, making one anxious about confessing romantic feelings. As English equivalent, romantic attraction or romantic feelings might be a good way to think about koi. Okay, so that's what this arc is called. What this is describing is that this is what this arc is called. I is a deeper love and often what koi leads to. I, on the other hand, is described as feeling of cherishing each other, feelings of caring and valuing someone, and feelings of thinking highly of someone and wanting to be devoted to them. right? You would associate what Kazuya feels with Chizuru with I, right? That's how you would associate it, right? But I think this is kind of like a misunderstanding of love, whereas love is both I and Koi. I think love is both. It's not just simply one or the other, but I think Chizuru's trying to reach I because she describes that at an earlier point. And I think Kazuya needs to recognize his Koi, if you will, that in many ways he once had I and he's trapped in Koi. Something like that. Unlike Koi, which is limited to romantic relationships, I encompasses a broader range of relationships, including parental love, sibling love, and the love for living beings such as animals. When feeling I, one can act without hesitation, regardless of other person's reaction. I is about the intention of act. What is that? Is that I? Yeah, I is about the intention and act of loving, often characterized by selflessness and the willingness to act for others' person's sake without expecting anything in return. Isn't that literally what Chizuru does at the very end? She puts herself to the side for him. Is that not a depiction of I? Whereas Chizuru probably thinks she's only feeling coy. The phrase moshi no ai, unconditional love, suggests that uh, what is this? Koi has an unwavering quality that allows one to express his feelings unconditionally. While dramas and novels often depict the classic progression of romantic attraction, koi, leading to I, a real life experience can differ, and that is perfectly acceptable. There can be many ways of loving as there are people, each with their own unique journey of expressing koi or I. So even they say it. It's like it's not that accurate to life, you know? So yeah, I just wanted to read that because that's kind of what the arc is called. It's called Koi, and the characters are misunderstanding this idea of this like natural sense of progression where you go from Koi to I, when in reality they are a mix of the two. You need to accept both the physical attraction that they feel for each other and the deep care that they feel. You cannot deny one for the other. Kazuya's issue is literally he's denying his Koi. He keeps saying all I feel is I, technically speaking, right? He just keeps saying I think. Here, let's. Well, he keeps speaking with the idea of I, but I don't think he's saying I. I think he's saying Suki. Here, let's send it to Crumpy. See what he says. How does Kazuya say I love you to Chizuru? Okay. All right. Let's go back to the usual stuff. Makima wanted to erase bad movies, and the Suicide Squad exists anyways. It's funny. I remember when I first saw Suicide Squad, I liked it, and then I saw it later. I'm like, oh wait, this kind of sucks. Wait, this kind of sucks. You have to consider why, though, with a couple of the visual and dialogue elements in this chapter that act as foreshadowing, Kazuya literally puts himself upside down to try and rack his brain about how to figure things out, meaning this is him seriously pondering how to figure out things. He only remembers the one half of the Ito answer from Chizuru at the time, so he has no idea about her real miso soup answer or how significant that could be. The last thing is that he clearly states exactly what he feels about Chizuru's internally, but can't just come away with the same conclusion of telling her those things directly. So he's basically incapable of figuring things out. I complained about this last week for what it's worth. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Just give me one moment. Be right back. BRB! Sorry about that. And we have returned. Okay. I gotta be honest, it doesn't sit right with me that he's going on a rental date with Sumi solely to ask for advice about Chizuru again. Her and Kazuya seem like friends, but he hardly ever gets in touch with her or talks to her. Sumi does the same thing. Sumi does the same thing. Hold on. Sumi does the same exact thing. Does your argument still stand? He never gets in contact with her, but she doesn't get in contact with him either. So are they really friends? She said the boundary for friends, never talked to him for almost half a year. She didn't say anything either. Are they really friends? And more often than not, he usually gets in contact with her just so he can have someone to talk about. You're correct. He does. He does this. He does do this, right? Yeah. He absolutely treats Sumi merely like a Wildt, and she even refers to herself like a Wildt. Nice Ruka shirts. Thank you. Yeah, I got that from the Ruka exhibition. Kazuya treats Sumi like a Wildt, and she acts like a Wildt. She lets herself be this. It's both ways. It feels a bit inconsiderate towards her, like he's taking advantage of her kindness. He is, while at the same time, she lets him. Because Sumi doesn't change the status quo either. It also doesn't sit well with me knowing that he got in touch with Sumi through the rental day service, despite knowing each other for nearly 2 years by now. Except he doesn't have her contact info. He never got it, and she doesn't have his either. Did you notice that? Are you noticing how you're getting very particular about Kazuya, but you're not noticing how Sumi does the same exact thing? It's like they're parallels. It's like they are literal mirrors of each other. In fact, I'm about to blow your fucking mind in a little bit once we read my Sumi thread. I'm about to blow your fucking mind. Can't that exchange contact info and meet up as friends outside of the service? They could. Why aren't they? Why, oh, why aren't they? It's almost like you're about to figure out exactly, and I mean exactly, why that date did not go well. Why everything happened. He's catching the right stuff. He's just not looking at the other side. He's catching the right stuff. He's just not looking at the other side. Potato! Potato, potato, my man! Wow, this chapter really feels like the end of a volume. Did I miss my calculations? No, it feels like the beginning of one. Feels like the beginning of one to me. Kind of recap from 9 to 10 of the chapters, and then the climax with Sumi reappearing. This feels like the volume ending we were expecting. No, I think the mommy chapter is the volume ending. That's a pretty big volume ending for the mommy thing. There's a lot to unpack in this chapter. I'm looking forward to your comments and analysis. For me, I'll just sum up the Reiji gave us a nice medley of what's been happening since the previous chapter. Minnie and Kazuya's discussion. Nothing new. Minnie says half of what actually needs to be said. Kazuya gets fired up and goes all over the place. When Kazuya talks about Chizuru, Minnie has the look that makes you think she might feel something, but we'll still have no confirmation on that. And right, Minnie gives Kazuya half the information. Not the whole thing. Just pieces of the information, as if she intentionally cherry-picked. She cherry-picked what to give him that motivation that results in what again? What does the motivation that Kazuya gets from the information she gave him based on a hypothetical, not even the real thing, result in? What does it result in? It results in Kazuya showing his passion. And oh, Minnie likes that passion. She wrote her own lie. She literally wrote her own lie. She gave Kazuya just the right pieces of information that would result in the thing she is all too familiar with and very much enjoys. Kazuya being passionate, showing his love, stepping up. What a man! Look at your fucking illusions that you're putting yourself in because of your own choices, because of what you chose to do. Okay, let's continue. Minnie feels something, but we still have no confirmation on that. A little spotlight on the shoes Kazuya wore during the date. I remember them well. I've drawn them so many times in my animations that they trigger me now whenever I see them. Wait, is he actually wearing them? I didn't even notice. Oh my god, is Kazuya wearing the fucking shoes? Because if he is, oh my god, he is. Also, one thing I wanted to point out before I end up forgetting it, isn't it interesting that Kazuya gets this really cute message from Ruka, and he proceeds to call her a temptress in response. He says all women are temptresses, in response to a really cute video she sent him, where she's clearly not trying to do anything tempting. Isn't that fascinating how he generalizes all women to justify his own inability to process his feelings? He targets all women in his bias because he cannot confront himself. Just as when Minnie got him drunk, he says all women are dredge. Because he doesn't want to direct this at anyone in particular, because it's not about anyone in particular, it's about himself. It's about his own bullshit that he's projecting onto the women around him just because they're being themselves. It's not Ruka's fault he fucking stares at her skirt. How's that Ruka's fucking fault? He's just not being honest about what he feels. Manosphere Kazuya incoming. Bro, it's been happening the whole time. He actually low-key became an incel. Low-key. Not fully. He's definitely leaning hard into the incel direction, but he's not really fully an incel. Because he could still interact with women and be around them. However, he definitely has, like, incel-like behavior. Actually, I gotta double check. What does manosphere mean again? I always forget what that means. Manosphere is a varied collection of websites, blogs, online forums promoting masculinity, misogyny, and the opposition of feminism. Communities with the manosphere include men's rights activists, incels. Okay, so I guess your description is much more fitting. He definitely is falling into that manosphere mentality for sure. This isn't Kazuya, of course, but Reiji definitely wants to talk about like the way men are treating women for sure. Because Kazuya is absolutely abusing the goodwill of the women around him. While some women around him are doing bad things, Kazuya is projecting all of that on all the women around him. Because his words now include his mom and his grandma. Oh, so your mom and your grandma are temptresses too? They're also dredge too? Huh, Kazuya? Is that acceptable for you to say? Oh, is it acceptable for you to call the woman that you love dredge and a temptress? Is that really so okay that you say this kind of fucking crap? And I don't think he's really thinking about that. I think a lot of people in the manosphere don't really process or think about this. They just kind of fucking say it. Chizuru single-handedly turned Kazuya into a manosphere misogynist. She fucking didn't. Shut the hell up. Shut the fuck up. She fucking didn't. She goddamn didn't. Mommy did. I think, if anything, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to give Mommy the credit. He did it to himself. And he let Minnie do this to him. He let Minnie turn him into this. Minnie and Mommy are like more of the sources. Chizuru didn't fucking do shit, dude. Chizuru didn't do fucking shit, dude. Minnie is an instigator. She fuels whatever is around her. She doesn't think about it. So she absolutely fucking instigated Kazuya's like behavior. Like cause you literally see it when she gets him drunk. Like Kazuya says all these horrible things and she doesn't call him out for it. He says all women are dredge and she's a girl. She's sitting in front of him. What the fuck? Say something. Nope. Nah, he's right. Let it go off, King. Doesn't say anything. So Minnie almost is one of the people who actually turned Kazuya into a manosphere misogynist. Mommy definitely had a role to play in that too. Chizuru absolutely fucking not. Chizuru actively calls him out on his bullshit. Like, even when she's still hesitating and struggling, she still calls him out on his bullshit. If anything, to me, what it feels like Reiji is talking about is more of a cultural thing. These are like internalized beliefs he already kind of has. And he never really addressed them. Right? He told himself he was wrong at the start of the series, but so much of that wasn't truly addressed. Because Kazuya essentially went through this exact process at the start of the series, but there's a difference. He never really got over these things. He didn't like himself, so he just ignored himself in favor of being around Chizuru because Chizuru made him a better person. But he kind of just never really addressed these issues. Deep down, he already internalized and believed these things, and now they're catching up to him. So nobody really made him into this. He already deep down somewhat believed it. And I think, if anything, Chizuru is going to be the one to rescue him from this, as she did at the start of the series. Maybe Sumi could do that too, because Sumi is working the rental girlfriend, and the rental girlfriend literally helps you overcome these biases and bullshit. The rental girl, like that, literally, that's what Chizuru does at the start of the series. She saves Kazuya in being a rental girlfriend, because he literally says this shit. Like, when he first goes to rent Chizuru, he literally, like, before even meeting her, he calls her a whore. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing renting a prostitute? What am I doing this? He was already doing that stuff prior. And then when he meets her, his attitude completely changes. That's what Reishi's addressing. Is like, when someone is pretty and attractive, you're going to shut the fuck up, aren't you? Yeah, that's fucking right. You don't actually believe in anything. You just kind of project out into the world your own biases and nonsense because you feel so insecure about yourself. Nobody turned Kazuya into this. He, in many ways, did this to himself. Chizuru actively helped him. Or did we forget that? She let him live in her house. She cared for him this entire time. The only reason Kazuya is saying all of this shit is because, look, Chizuru isn't giving him what he wants. Except he's doing that to himself. He says all women are temptresses, all women are dredge, and then he meets Sumi. Is Sumi dredge? Is Sumi a temptress? The pure, innocent girl that we all love? Do you see how Kazuya took the red pill before and is retaking them again? Yeah, well, wait, isn't the red pill the one that frees you? Isn't the red pill the one that frees you? Maybe we can say he took the blue pill. I don't fucking know. Let's see. Let's continue. A lot of spotlight on the shoes Kazuya wore during the date. I remember them well. I've drawn them so many times. Okay, we read this. Kazuya imagining the perfect confession for Chizuru. This totally messed up one she gave for the Ito game originally, but it really reflects the current state of his mind. He clings to false ideas and goes on the wrong direction, convinced that it's what Chizuru would want, even though he should know what she wants. She's told him so many times, but apparently he's not listening. It's not that he's not listening. He is literally trapping himself in trauma. Trauma is an excuse. Trauma is an escape. Then what happened with Mami? Kazuya says he won't make the same mistake again, like with Ruka. Hard to believe, and just a few panels later, he sweeps it all under the rug, like it's not going to come back and hit him in the face later. Classic Kazuya. Speaking of Ruka, who shows up? Ruka. He still feels guilty, but since he's acting all goofy, I feel like it still hasn't had any real impact in the story. All of this has been impact. It's just not the impact you think it's not the impact that you want. But it has been impact the whole time. He wants to protect Mizuhara, but be there for her, spend time with her. Basically everything he's not doing right now. literally. And he wonders how to make her understand. Just tell her, you idiot. It's actually really funny. We even get the damn AI again. Nice little summary of everything we've seen so far. And we end up with the long-awaited no-comment Sumi-chan. And here, I'm surprised. She touches him. Makes a joke, smiles, says boo. That's not Sumi. Could it be that off-screen, Sumi's the only character who actually had some personal development? Hard to say, but it makes me curious. I wrote a whole thing about this. I am so ready to read it. A Sumi who plays the perfect rental girlfriend. Lively, feminine, a leader, maybe even flirty and proactive? Wow, this could be interesting. Anyway, my predictions. We're in for at least 3 chapters with Sumi. Oh, it's going to be longer. Oh, I don't think this is going to be 3 chapters. This is going to be like... I think it's going to be like 10. It's going to be a big arc. At the very least, it's going to be 10 or maybe 15. Maybe 15. Next chapter will be I do okay, so if we count it based on that, maybe 10. I think 10 seems somewhat reasonable. Next chapter will be the date, plain and simple. They'll go to restaurants, do activities, have superficial conversations, cute moments. Kazuya is saying in every panel that she's just way too cute. Basically stuff I couldn't care less about. No, I think even stuff like that is going to matter. You're going to be surprised. You're going to be really surprised. The chapter will probably end with Sumi saying she wants to talk to Kazuya. The chapter after that, Kazuya will freak out, but we'll find out she just wanted to give him his gift. This could easily... Okay, well, this is just protection, so let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Then Kazuya will say he wants to talk to Sumi, and that's where we get the interesting. So the chapter after that. Oh, well, that's... I don't really like the structure of how you're describing this. We've seen all the small hints that before she envies Chizuru, it made her a bit sad for a brief moment to see them getting closer and living under the same roof. So it's possibly something happens on her side. It's not that she envies Chizuru. Kazuya is her biggest regret. It's not that she envies Chizuru. It's that she lied to herself that she got over Kazuya. She never did. It's not the envy of Chizuru. If she truly envied Chizuru, she wouldn't be treating Chizuru with so much kindness. She looks up to Chizuru. Chizuru is not Sumi's issue, it's Kazuya. She never got over him. She lied to herself. That's the issue. I don't really see Kazuya telling Sumi everything, the rejection, the kiss, but we'll talk about the July 11th. I think we're gonna be in for a surprise. Sumi's gonna be very impartial because she's gonna see this from a completely different perspective. Grok or Croc or anything. Is this true? The chapter was really fun. I noticed that Yamura seems to be showing feelings for Kazuya again. Poor thing. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Nothing too crazy. Let's see if there is anything from Japanese fans before I start reading. Oh, perfect. Translated DeepL. I've read the latest chapter of Kanojo, Okarishimasu manga book. Surprise number 2. I'm raring to go, but I can't quite picture what to do. When in doubt, ask her for advice. As Sumi-chan makes an appearance for the first time in ages, I wonder what sort of date it will be. Okay. He's completely going down the wrong path. His understanding of Chizuru has become far detached from reality, and this chapter made it more obvious. If this keeps up, they won't grow closer. Minnie really needs to go, and both of them need to realize this ASAP. Her ignorance is clear to us readers, but she's also stopping them from talking directly with each other. No one should hold this much power over others' relationships. This message present here, I suppose. Interesting. Could you elaborate a bit more on this argument? Sure. I edited my original comment to clarify a bit more. With the helicopter remark, it's completely obvious that he has forgotten a bit who Chizuru is. She says she would be happy with anything if it's from the person she loves, but he didn't remember that. His goal is to be a better man for Chizuru, but in reality, she already likes him as he is. I won't go much into Chizuru's feelings here, but to summarize, she thinks he doesn't need her as much as she needs him. She has a very idolized vision of him, mainly because he acts all strong around her and refuses to be vulnerable. This might not feel so obvious to us, but that's because all of his thoughts are telecasted to us, but not to Chizuru. We also didn't see her inner monologues much. If we're interested, it'll be happy to expand why I think so. I mentioned a crash out because if he keeps up this facade, they won't grow closer. Chizuru won't get to know the real Kazuya, i.e. the Kazuya who can't live without her. If this causes her to reject him for good, how will they look to Kazuya who tried his best to be the perfect man for her? Let's say they even begin dating for real, then will Kazuya ever be able to relax around her? He'll always put up a high-performance mask and he'll constantly be stressed. None of this is the ideal result. We need a situation which causes them to cast aside their fake appearances and be honest with each other, similar to Perfect Girlfriend moment, where Kazuya ignores his status of a client and Mizuhara stops pretending to be the rental for once. This was the moment where they arguably grew the closest to each other. Except they also didn't. All of this traces back to that exact moment. And I can tell you exactly why all of this traces back to that exact moment. Kazuya gets Chizuru to drop the mask and she cries. This is a very powerful moment for the scene. But something very particular happens here. She cries in his arms, but if it'll move, he can't hug her. Kazuya later explains why he couldn't hug her. He thought she would break in his arms. In this moment, Kazuya realized how truly weak she actually is. And he couldn't process it. Yup. It's been there since the cheer update. She showed him how weak she actually is. She's just a little girl. She's just a normal person. And he couldn't come to terms with it. And he hasn't been able to since. And because he didn't hug her, they weren't able to break their barriers. It's not that Chizuru didn't drop her mask. She did, and she continued to, and she kept doing so over and over and over again. Except there's one tiny problem. He essentially keeps telling her to put it back on. So imagine you dropped your mask. You showed this person who you are. But they're still scared of you. Still back away from you. They still, you feel like you're the problem. You're doing something wrong. It's not that Chizuru needs to drop her mask. He needs to let her. He won't let her drop the mask. She has to keep it on. He doesn't let her do it. Because she's constantly trying to drop the mask. She actively tells him, I want to drop the mask. And he's just like, no. The only time she gets to drop the mask, when she's hurt, when she's vulnerable, when she's weak. Then it's okay to drop the mask. Now, look at this from the perspective of a man. Look at how a lot of men are essentially not allowed to drop their mask. Men are often conditioned, they have to be strong, tough, they can't show weakness. And so what do a lot of men ultimately end up doing? They isolate. They cut off. Because that's all they are allowed to do. Oh, look. All Chizuru is literally cut off from everyone. She's isolating. She's not opening up to anyone. It's almost like he did to her what most of society does to men. He made her isolate and cut off. Just as he's literally isolating and cutting off. He's not letting her open up to him. He's made it incredibly difficult for her to open up to anyone, if you think about it. Because he doesn't clear anything up with his grandparents, and he lets the lie just exist. He doesn't clear up anything with the ring. The ring is his. That is his fucking family ring. He's the one who told her to keep it. And she held on to it the whole time without arguing or complaining once. But he's the one who said to keep holding on. Hold on to this. Hold on to this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. So Chizuru is trapped. She can't ever be free. She can't love freely because he doesn't let her take off the mask. He doesn't let her be herself. Minnie further reinforces this, demanding Chizuru to be perfect. Demanding Chizuru to give him the love. Demanding Chizuru be with him. But Chizuru doesn't feel like this is right. Why does Chizuru not feel like this is right? Because she's taking and he's not getting anything. Minnie doesn't care. Just be together. That'll make him happy. Is he actually happy? Because Chizuru's right. He clearly fucking isn't. Do you see the problem? It's not that Chizuru needs to take off the mask. She already did. He's not letting her keep it off. He's telling her put it back on. And he doesn't realize he's doing this. Yes, Kazuya absolutely needed to fucking hug her here. 100%. But he couldn't cope with his own fears that she would break in his arms. Because to hug her and accept that she's weak would be to shatter his entire image of how powerful she appears to him. And he cannot come to terms with that. This is why when Chizuru talks to him in chapter 173, she literally says, you talked about an idealized version of me. And she's not inherently that wrong. Because he's not letting himself see the weak version of her, which she has already shown him. She doesn't view herself this way. But that is a part of her too. She is strong, absolutely. She's really fucking strong. But she doesn't see that version of herself. However, her description isn't inherently that far off, right? So here it is. She literally says, You couldn't stand seeing me in pain, so you made something up to make me feel better, an idealized version of me. He's in darkness. He doesn't get what she's talking about. Not realizing he's literally idolizing her. She's correct. He is idolizing her. She sees that. He's not accepting how weak she actually is. He's in denial. He is doing this bullshit where he's telling himself she's 99% strong and 1% weak. She is not 1% weak. She's like 50% weak. That 1% he's seeing is merely indicative of what's missing. It's merely indicative of a thing that is not full. It's literally yin and yang. Right, so this the black is what Kazuya is seeing. Can you see that? Let me double check. Let me make sure you can see this. Oh, yeah, I'm covering up. I kind of had a feeling I was covering it up. Okay, the black here. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Yeah, big. Yep, I like them big. I like them chunky. Come on, you can work. I believe in you. Okay, we're just gonna be. No, that's fine. Why is this so slow? Maybe I need to close some shit. Oh, I know what I need to close. Yeah, that can definitely go. That should make things a lot better. Okay. Okay, what Kazuya sees is this. He sees this piece and he thinks that's all the weakness she has. This entire curve is her weakness. This is merely indicative of what's missing. The entire curve is her weakness. He just thinks she's already complete as a curve. No, she needs to be a circle. Just as you need to find equilibrium with yourself, where you accept the bad and the good. Let's continue reading. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much everything. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, yeah, I was going to read what a Japanese fan wrote. Let's pull that up. Kazuya isn't doing this Kazuya isn't doing all of this improvement for Chizuru. He really means it. He really wants to believe it. But the goals are just coping mechanisms to run away from the pain and trauma. I think subconsciously Kazuya has associated Chizuru with pain and wants to avoid her. Correct. That is absolutely fucking correct. Yes, he is doing that. That is absolutely true. He has associated her with that moment of when she ran away from him. He associates her with the pain that he suffered when imagining her in her head. That fantasy haunts him. So now he even hates his own fantasies. But how is that fair to Chizuru if she doesn't know this? She doesn't know how she hurt him, and he doesn't know how he hurt her. He absolutely has been hurting her the whole fucking time, and he doesn't know how he's been doing that. And that's why I think Kazuya has to learn first in order to be able to verbalize that he himself has been hurt. But I don't think he will. I think first he's gonna become full savior mode and have a crash out. I do think Kazuya is gonna fall apart first. Like, that's where we're gonna start. We're gonna have like a big falling apart moment where Kazuya is gonna come to like some crazy fucking realization of what's been going on. And I don't think this arc is gonna be short because there's so much to cover. There's the entire date. There's Minnie. There is Mommy. There is Ruka. There's Kazuya's sexual desires. There's a lot to cover. This is not going to be short. It might kick in faster, but at the very least, it should be like it's gonna be more than like 3 chapters. No fucking way. I can see this arc being maybe 10 chapters. The longest 2-hour arc. It might be longer than 2 hours. I could see it extending past the 2-hour point. Do you remember we spoke about the birthday ticket? It might be used for. She's using it to come to mind when spoke about how can I tell her how I feel. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to come up when Chizuru is going to get it out of him what he's been going through. Because he won't open up to her, so I could see her using the ticket to get him to open the fuck up to her. And it would be so fitting if it's used on as a response to his birthday. Oh, tea. Okay. Getting a little hungry. I might grab something to eat. Luckily, I don't feel as tired as usual. I might need some headache meds because, I've been staring at the screen for too long. But I'm doing a lot better than usual. Surprise number 2, a swelling fantasy. Oh yeah, the chapter starts with a surprise and ends with a surprise. Fuck, how did I not catch that? It starts with a surprise and it ends with a surprise. Fuck. Surprise number 2, a swelling fantasy, the super serious unbreakable girl. My turn. Cover illustration, photo shoot. That said, heart fluttering. What was that all about? But I never again. Rustling, fluttering. He says never again. Damn. How did she, little devil, 1 week later, it's been a while, bam, here we go. I said it, lol, this is happening at the same time as the story about selling it. The t-shirt looks weird with this hairstyle. Is this what strong words mean? What's the point of trying to one-up Kibe? Yeah, what is strong words? What is strong words? What is the relevance of that? Why is that the teaser? Why is it strong words? Is it about like saying how he feels? He needs to convey his words in a strong way? Just looking at this, it's no different from they were dating. Chizuru beat up Ishibashi, Kazuya, who got any links, who'd get to go to any links for Chizuru. I don't even understand the dynamics of these two anymore. They're just at "I'll bring you a little something" level, lol. That said, there's nothing he can pull off on the spot, lol. If he actually did it, she'd probably back off. But since she sees it as an action from Kazuya's own way of trying to make her happy, it'll probably make her heart flutter in its own way. What exactly is love that involves breakdancing and handstands? A lot has happened, but Kazuya's feelings haven't wavered at all. Oh, so he's actually taking it to heart. It's admirable that he's facing it head on instead of just sealing it away at a dark chapter of this past. Oh, he's not facing jack shit. Just then, a line message from Ruga-chan. I mean, she's right there on the scene, lol. Kazuya's mind is all over the place. It's been like this for a while now. Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru are on a whole different level compared to how he feels about the other girls. Finally, that girl. So she's going to wear that, huh? I get it, but since she doesn't usually do that, I'm not sure what to make of it, lol. Well, I guess I'll just get the usual template response. Chizuru is just too much of a special case. Sumi-chan makes a playful appearance after a long time. It's so cute. She's wearing a hat. It's hard to tell what her hairstyle looks like. Wait, is she wearing a hat? Or is it Kazuya? Sumi isn't wearing a hat. I didn't see a hat. I could be wrong. Yeah, Sumi's not wearing anything. Kazuya is. I remember renting something like this on our date on her last birthday too. It was a practice request from Sumi then though. It's been since Chizuru's birthday party since I've seen Sumi-chan, so I wonder if she'll be able to keep up with all the changes that have happened since then. The preview title is Fruit Tart. I guess it'll be a cafe or somewhere like that. I can just picture Sumi-chan looking like she's enjoying it. Ooh, Sumi-chan being really honest about eating food. She wasn't like that before around Kazuya. This is a part of her real self. So this is going to be important. And so follows the news about the selling my parents' house. Here's another surprise. I'm starting to feel motivated again, but I can't think of any concrete steps to take. The girl when I'm in a bind. So I'm renting her out for the first time in a while. I'm curious to see what kind of date it'll be and what Sumi-chan's gift will be. So let's do our best for another week. Okay. This is from this user. He uses Suki. Mizuhara Sukida. Yeah, okay, so he says Suki. Yeah, makes sense. Kazuya always says Suki over and over. But he disguises his love with I instead of admitting his koi. Okay, what's this person saying? Okay. It's so funny. Everyone's like crashing out about Chainsaw Man on Twitter. Everybody and their mother's crashing out about Chainsaw Man. That's so funny. Okay. Let's see. I might take a small break just to eat and like take some headache meds, and then we can come back and I'll read my thread. Does that sound reasonable? And then once we finish some of our stuff, I might end up maybe playing some more Resident Evil. We can keep going with Resident Evil 1. By the way, quick question. So I feel like I'm at a point where I'm so good at Resident Evil Requiem, I can probably do an Insanity run really smooth. Would you guys be interested in that? Like what? Like an Insanity run without any of the bonus shit. Like just like hardcore Insanity run without any of the bonus shit. Does that sound interesting? Because I can do it now. Read Twitch chat, please. Oh, fuck. You guys write a bunch. Let's see. Kazuya wearing a white hoodie and a dark pants. Sumi wearing a white blouse and dark dress. They are visually in sync. Little bit, not too much. Okay, let's look at that really quick. White hoodie. No, the way Kazuya is dressed feels more like the way he was dressed for the prep date. They don't really feel like they're in sync. They feel like they're inverted. Yeah, they feel more like they're inverted. Anyways, did you notice that? Did you notice that Kazuya wears Sumi's gift, but the fish in the gift is stripped down to its corthus, reflecting its current state? He has been stripped down by the stress of Mami and Daruka's sexual assault, recently leaving only his core skeleton, his raw, unbreakable love for Mizuhara. I don't agree with that. That seems like overanalysis. That seems like overanalysis. This is how he got This is how it looked like in the first place. That doesn't feel accurate. If anything, it looks like it's very high quality. So I don't know about that one. That seems a little over analysis. Also, this chapter is the end of the volume. I thought this chapter was the beginning of the volume. I thought last chapter was the end of the volume. Look. Ooh. Thank you. Kazuya is really gonna get a slap known as the wake up call that he needs. Oh, it'd be so interesting if Sumi slaps him. It'd be so interesting if Sumi slaps him. Oh hell yeah. Sumi slapping Kazuya? Hell yeah. Omega wake up call. Yes, Insanity Run. Maybe try a different game, FF7. So I've said this before, I am not starting Final Fantasy VII until we get the announcement for Part 3. As soon as Part 3 gets announced, we are playing all the Final Fantasy VII games. Well, the main ones. We could play Dirge of Cerberus. I could play Crisis Core. I don't know about Dirge. Dirge is kind of a shit show. I haven't touched Dirge since it came out, and I would have to emulate it, but we could try. We could try. I do think there's going to be a lot of Dirge references. I mean, we're going to play fucking Vincent. You know, we're going to play fucking Vincent. So maybe I should play Dirge eventually. You know, maybe I should play Dirge. Dirge of Cerberus. Anyways, Fate, the Strong Wars teaser might be referring to Kazuya saying, I will never make that mistake again. I'm ready for more RE stream. Okay, so what would we like to do today? Would we like to continue Resident Evil 1? Or would we want to do that Requiem Insanity run? Well, what sounds more interesting? What if Kazuya and Sumi are about to have an accidental kiss and Sumi slaps the hell out of him? Well, why would she slap him for an accidental kiss? That doesn't make much sense. Why would she slap him for an accidental kiss? It's not really his fucking fault. Maybe finish RE1. RE9, RE9, RE9. You know, I think I'm going to play RE9. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of feeling that Insanity run. I've been having fun playing this game. I've been kind of going back to it and having fun. So I think I'll just play Insanity mode again. And I'll turn off all the bullshit. So I unlocked everything. I'll turn off all the bullshit. I'll only have charms for Grace. And I'll only have, like, I won't use any of the, bullshit for Leon. So, because Leon has some OP bullshit you can buy. I'm not going to buy any of the extra weapons. I'm going to do it the hard way because I know I can now. I learned, motherfuckers. I know how to cheese this fucking game now. I know how to fucking beat this shit now. So I'm pretty sure I can pull it off. Okay, so give me a little bit. I'm going to take a small break. I'm just going to eat something, drink some water. After this, we're going to read my analysis for this chapter. Or not this chapter, for the previous chapter and the Sumi analysis. So let me pull it up while I still have it. So, like, I wrote a whole thing for Sumi, and I low-key predicted all of this. I low-key predicted, like, fucking all of this. So, give me a second, just to take some headache meds, and then we'll come back to this, and I'll read it. Okay? I'll be back. Take it easy, fellas. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, be right back. Watashi ga kita. I have arrived. I have returned. Hello. Yeah, we already read. I don't need to keep going with the poll. I can just turn that off. Okay. Watashi ga kita. I have returned. How are you all doing? You all surviving? Bulver text Discord or X with your orders back. What are you texting me? Can you read my last comment? I feel like this is all ends with ultimatum from Chizuru. You know, something along the lines, if you really love me, you'd know what I'd cook for someone he doesn't remember. Get it, runs into her house. What? I don't get it. A relationship is not about ultimatums. That defeats the purpose. That sounds really stupid. Sorry. Unless I'm like misunderstanding what you're trying to say. Do explain again. Maybe try to elaborate or write a little bit better. But relationships are not about ultimatums. That is not the point of a relationship. Right? You're not. The whole idea is not to force someone into something. Did you ever read Who Made Me a Princess? Who Made Me a Princess? I don't think so. Let me look it up. Who made, if it'll work, me a princess? I'll read my thread just shortly. Oh, I think I've seen some of this. I've seen like tidbits of this, but I've never read it. Yeah, I've definitely seen glimpses of this, but I've absolutely not read it. No, sorry. It's a good manhwa. It's a manhwa? I thought it was a novel. Yeah, it's a web novel. Oh, I guess that could be a manhwa too. I'll see if I can give it a shot. I've been kind of weird with manhwas lately. Mostly because a lot of them are like really like, I don't know. A lot of South Korean manhwas are very weird because so much of them like fall into that trap of misogyny, where like all the female characters just fall into like a subservient follower role, and then the cool, sexy, big, tall man makes her life better. And that's kind of it. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like the kind of narratives that I've seen from manhwas work so well for they work so well for like hentai or like just perverted shit, but they don't work well at all for like real shit. It's made in South Korea and it has 2 books, Lovely Princess and Who Made Me a Princess. Is it a novel or a manhwa? Like, is it written? So like, is it? No, whatever. I'll worry about it another time. Okay. It's the meal Chizuru said she would cook for those she loved, and it's the test to see if Kazuya was truly listening to her. She believes he never listened to what she had to say. We gotta read so over. Well, no, that's not fair. That's not really a fair thing in an argument or when you're talking to someone. So no, that seems really selfish and rude. That's very unlike Chizuru. Like, you know how I could see that working? Chizuru challenges Kazuya, and he can't give a serious answer. He can't give a real answer. And then she smiles and sits down and talks to him. That is much more of a good relationship than what you're describing. Yeah, so like she does that, he's wrong, and she sits down and just talks to him. Instead of telling him, God, you never listened to me, you're the worst. Not like that. That really, really defeats the purpose. Did you watch Rent a Girlfriend anime? I watched Rent a Girlfriend's anime. I read the entire manga. I think the manga is better than the anime in a lot of respects. I think the anime kind of fucks up a lot of shit without meaning to. Like, it's made from a place of love, absolutely, but it fucks up so much shit. It just, there's a lot it just does not get right. And it kind of blows, you know, especially if you're a big fan. I think like where they place the music, some of the changes that they make, some of the ways the characters are portrayed, just a lot of stuff like has a lot of issues, and it's not merely just because of production. Some of it is just like a fundamental misunderstanding of the story. But Reiji supports it. He thinks it's fantastic. Reiji's the creator of Rent-A-Girlfriend. I heard this anime was weird. So Rent-A-Girlfriend is weird not because it's like just straight up weird. Like, it is a little weird, absolutely. But it's weird in that it challenges a lot of very comfortable shit you see in a lot of romance anime. Like, unless you're really willing to empathize and look outside of yourself for these characters, you will think this is the stupidest fucking shit in the universe. But the moment you look outside of yourself and like actually interact with this story, it's fantastic. So much of this story like literally utilizes tropes you're all too familiar with to actually fucking play with your expectations, while at the same time subverting them and criticizing those exact tropes. So for example, there's a girl who has blue hair and ribbons, aka the second girl in the harem anime. You know, the girl that never fucking wins. So her entire character is literally written around the idea of becoming the main girl because she has something I want to. She's literally something I want to be because she believes something about her is missing. So she uses that as like an excuse to try to be the main girl. Did you watch Fragrant Flower Blooms with Me? It's a good romance anime. So Fragrant Flower, I read the manga. I watched a little bit of the anime. It's okay. I think it discusses some fantastic shit, in particular about mental health. But to me, the characters are a little bit idealized. The characters are a little bit on the idealized side. I think Subaru is my favorite character because she's kind of like the closest thing to being like a real person. But most of the rest of the cast is just kind of like, even their flaws are perfect. And I'm just not a big fan of that kind of writing, where the flaws of the characters are kind of perfect, and that's just not appealing to me. That's kind of my issue with Fragrant Flower. It's just kind of like, it's good. It's good. But I got really bored really quickly because I kind of stopped caring about the characters because they just didn't feel human. But that's just me. Hey, Johan, a bit off topic, but do you read Chainsaw Man? If yes, did you read the last chapter? I already read it, and I talked about it in the earlier part of the stream. Which is better, Fragrant or Rent-A-Girlfriend? Rent-A-Girlfriend. That's for me. That's my decision. That is not. I'm not saying objectively speaking. There's no objective element here. This is my belief. I believe Rent-A-Girlfriend is better. That's for me. So don't be like I'm talking objectively. This is just for fucking me. Okay? I prefer Rent-A-Girlfriend any day of the week. Sorry. It is far more interesting to me. I would say like Fragrant Flower is definitely more of an anime and a manga that appeals to more traditional audiences. Rent-A-Girlfriend does not. I didn't watch 2 anime yet or manga. Sorry, could you rewrite that? I don't know what you meant. Yeah, so just go back a little bit and watch it for Chainsaw Man. I already read the chapter. I said everything I wanted to feel about it. I think it's pretty good. I like the ending. I think the Chainsaw Man ending is pretty good. You can't make this shit up. You left bacon, waited so long, left to go to the store. You immediately came back. Are you talking to me? You left bacon, waited so long, left to go to the store, and you immediately came back. I'm confused. Are you talking to me? You're talking to me? You're talking to me? Hey, yo, you're talking to me? You're talking to me? Oh, I fucking love tea, dude. Oh, tea's peak. Yeah, I liked it too. I think it happens like with Kanokari. People just can't read or comprehend what they're reading. I mean, it has some issues, absolutely. There's just a lot of stuff that just was not paid off. But it does a pretty good job for what it's trying to convey. It knows it's a flawed ending. The whole idea of it is that it's a flawed ending. Denji literally has his eye patch. He's literally missing an eye. It's a flawed ending. I mean, I didn't watch and read these 2 anime or manga yet. I'm from India. I drink tea 3 times a day. I think for me it's twice. Yeah, for me it's like twice. I try not to drink coffee very much because that gives me like acid reflux. But I drink tea a decent amount too. At my workplace they have like chai, and it's literally like the Indian chai, but it doesn't taste nearly as good as the real thing. I'm talking to you, Faye. So Bacon left. He didn't say why. He then tells me I just went to the store and you're telling me Faye came back right as I got there. Chai is a tea. I know. Chai just means tea. But like at my place it's called chai tea. And I'm like, so tea. You're just serving tea. I mean, chai is literally the word for tea in Arabic. Okay. Let's read this analysis. Let's read this analysis. Keeping a lid on your emotions and going non-contact is the worst thing you can do. Minnie said these exact words to Chizuru in the 3-month time skip. Ironically, Minnie now reinforces and lets Kazuya avoid Chizuru. Literally tells him, yo, it's cool. It's okay. But there's another person this applies to. One who did this from the very start. Sumi. Sumi is an incredibly beloved character. She's so innocent and pure, but that in many ways disguises a sad truth about her. Sumi is a paradox. Deep down, she wants everything. Food, love, a voice, affection, everything. Her shyness stops her from fully getting it, but it's also an escape mechanism. The shy, cute girl that readers are attracted to is the very thing she uses to let herself not do what she truly wants. We admire what she wishes to change. There's of course more to Sumi that makes her appealing. But this is interesting because she cannot accept herself. Now, if you guys remember, we did a translation of this. We looked up what the basis for Sumi's character was. And Reiji literally said the basis for Sumi's character is she is the part of me that can do anything I want to, but lets my temperament stop me from doing so, aka her shyness. She lets her shyness stop her from doing what she wants to do. Sumi is the character that can literally do anything. She has all the tools, all the skills, everything she needs to do what she wants, and she lets her temperament tell her how to feel. Okay. Remember what was the whole reason why Sumi joined Rental? She wanted to change herself. Yet Sumi has been doing it for many years now, and in many ways she both has and has not changed. She's still quiet and uses her phone to talk, yet she takes more initiative than before. Or does she? Okay. You know, maybe I'm really not suited for this. I was hoping this would cure my shyness, but I'm just being a pain to my client. I've always been such a wimp, relying on the kindness of others. This may just be my nature, something that I was just born with. Here's Sumi texting. Minnie thinks, is she mute? Wait, no, hang on, something's definitely up. Look at her, it's written all over her face. Sumi already took a lot of initiative to do Rental in the first place. She was already caring and spoke up when she needed to. In fact, she had it all along. There's a scene in the Sumi spinoff where a ramen shop owner refused to serve her unless she spoke out loud what she wanted. The boss comes up to her. He's like, hold it right there. The owner, I can't feed the lady something she doesn't want. What? I don't want? But boss, zip it. What do you want? Regular or large? Now, this might seem impossible for a girl like Sumi, right? There's something similar to this in Komi-san. In fact, I think the similarities are very much intentional. Sumi types on her phone. Komi uses her notebook. Key difference is Komi gets a quiet chef. Sumi gets a loud chef. Okay, so if you look at Komi-san, she wants to go get ramen. She tells them, like, in her notebook, she wants to go get ramen. Sumi goes alone. Did you notice that? Most of the time, Sumi spends her time alone. Komi goes with her friends. Komi doesn't want to be alone. She wants to go with her homies. She literally tells them, I want to go get ramen. And she goes with a bunch of people. Right? And she gets a quiet chef. What's he saying, Tondo? Don't ask me. We'll have the same. How will Komi answer? Komi doesn't say anything. He just nods. She got through to him. She didn't need to say anything. He just understood. Right? With Komi-san, it's a gag. He just understood because he just has the same, the communication disorder. He just magically understood. It turns this thing into a funny gag for a funny reason because, you know, there is a charm to this communication disorder thing and is trying to make those people with communication disorder feel comfortable. With Sumi, it's not the same. Sumi's chef is loud because she herself is actually loud. She can speak up, unlike Komi. Sumi doesn't have a communication disorder, and this is Reiji very much subverting and criticizing this thing where it's like, people will just magically know because they feel the same exact way as you, so they'll just magically know without you saying anything. Reiji is essentially saying, no, people won't magically know. People can't magically figure it out. You have to talk. And if you can talk, you should. And that's the difference between Sumi. Sumi does not have a communication disorder. Okay. Sumi's chef is loud because she herself is actually loud. She can speak up, unlike Komi. Sumi doesn't have a communication disorder. When the chef asks her, she says, I had to draw up a lot of courage just to make it here, peeking inside every chance I could get, putting up with convenience store ramen because I was too scared. But I really want to have the ramen here. I've dreamed of it for months. I have to be brave. I want to eat here. I want to eat ramen. She screams, a large. The chef? Good. Here you go, kiddo. Right? Everybody's like looking at her. Good for you. Speak up. In fact, out of the whole cast, Sumi, ironically, is probably the best at communicating besides Chizuru. Sumi has social anxiety born of conditioning, not communication disorder. This is the true sad irony of Sumi. We think she's just Komi. She isn't. We think she's just Komi. She isn't. Sumi is shy, yes, but she absolutely can communicate. It's not about learning how to, it's about accepting herself and her ability to do so. That is why she both changes and doesn't. She is an exact mirror of Kazuya. In the Sumi spinoff, there's a scene where Chizuru speaks to Sumi despite not knowing what's troubling her. That's why Chizuru is in shadows. She tells Sumi that she likes shy people because they are so considerate and careful not to hurt others. She tries to help Sumi accept herself. You know, I like shy people a lot. They choose their words so carefully, trying their best to make sure they don't hurt me. I'm sure any client who meets someone like that will think, she's so gentle, or she's really cares for me. It must make them feel warm inside. If that kindness is what's troubling you, then I don't think you need to do this job. Chizuru just essentially kept telling her, you don't have to force yourself to do this job. Don't feel like you have to change yourself for this job. Chizuru's son is so genuine. She's not just giving me empty platitudes. She's really considering my troubles. As if to literally communicate to you, Chizuru too is shy. Chizuru herself is shy. She understands and empathizes with Sumi because she's shy exactly like her. And I need to tell her the truth as well. Anything else would be rude. Sumi thinks she is unfit for rental and trying to change herself. But did you notice what both Kazuya and Chizuru tell her? She is already more than perfect for this job. There is nothing wrong with her. So when Sumi changes, she already had it in her. She's not unfit to live or to love or to work rental. What do you think of Sumi-chan, huh? She's a really nice girl. She's cute, pure, serious. It's a surprise how shy she is. Almost like the shyness is disguising something. That this isn't really Sumi. I think what you need, Sumi-chan, is confidence. I was nervous too at first. People can't change that fast. But I'm sure there's a customer out there who will tell you that they love you. What does Kazuya do? Kazuya cheers her on, tells her she's doing great. And she kind of reads that as, I love you, as a form of affection. He cheers her on because she has this flashback right after Chizuru says this. As if she's interpreting Kazuya's words that, it's totally obvious to me you're trying to help give a guy like me, or you're trying to get your help to, so read it again. It's totally obvious to me you're trying to help a guy like me have fun. A girl as kind as you will definitely be a success. She reads that as love, right? Sumi clearly cares and can do anything she sets her mind to. She's psyching herself out by looking at others and how they live and where they already are, trying to reach an end without ever seeing where she is. But this is where things become interesting. What does Chizuru tell Sumi? Chizuru says, and when you think about how someone out there can accept you, that will help you gain a little more courage, I think. And then she wrote courage in I forgot the thing that she does. She paints. However, she hates who she becomes on dates. Right? So she wants to change this part of her that she does not like. Of course you send me all the way back here, Twitter, because you're garbage. Twitter is garbage. Sumi's journey is to accept her shyness is not a flaw, so it doesn't need to become an excuse for her to run. But her lack of presence in the story, in a meta sense, is exactly that. She is writing herself out of the story by not letting herself be selfish, and that selfishness, and that selflessness, is catching up to her. Sumi regularly, indirectly confesses to Kazuya while helping him with his love life with Chizuru. He never notices and only has eyes for Chizuru. Sumi sees this and chooses to keep herself in the dark. But when she sees him again, it all comes back. He is her biggest regret. She can't keep it in the shadows. She regrets letting him go. She hates it. And her body is like turning against her. Remember when they went on, this is the birthday thing, right? Well, this is the birthday scene that I showed. That this is actually referencing. She pretty much confesses to him here. He doesn't hear because there's a sound, and then she changes what she said. Here, she tells him, if you did something for me on to try and cheer me up, if it was me, I'd be happy. Indirect confession again. Kazuya does not even clock this. Today was the best date ever. Let's get back to Tokyo. She looks at him and she sees Chizuru. And when you turn the page, she's in the dark. He doesn't see her. She put the sun behind her. What is Kazuya representative in the story? He is the sun. She's trying to put the sun behind her, but she never moved on. She's in the dark. She's putting her feelings behind her, but she's not actually moving on. Right? She's trying to tell her, she's trying to tell herself she moved on. She didn't. She's happy. She's in shadows. She didn't move on. She just merely bottled these emotions up. This acts as a direct inverted parallel to Chizuru, who tried to help Kazuya get a girlfriend in rental dating, but then he falls in love with her. Chizuru didn't notice this because she thought she was unfit for love, while Sumi helps his dating life while falling in love with him through rental. They are inverses. Chizuru helps him to get a girlfriend, he falls in love with her. Sumi helps him with his dating life, and she falls in love with him. She is in many ways Kazuya and Chizuru. She is working Chizuru's job and thus understands Chizuru. She does what Kazuya did and falls in love with a client. Whereas Chizuru, the client, falls in love with her. And arguably, she fell in love with him. She did. Okay, who are we kidding? Chizuru fell in love with him too. Who are we fucking kidding? If you don't find yourself the most wonderful girlfriend, I'll never forgive you. What's wrong with me? I'm so stupid, it was so fucking obvious he was in love with me. Sumi hears Kazuya say something to Chizuru. These feelings might prevent her from being a pro. It's almost like it's only those feelings stopping her. She already had it in her to become a pro. Sumi buries these feelings deep down, knowing he doesn't love her. But this, ironically, ends up being exactly what she has always done, using her shyness as an excuse. She never resolved her selfish feelings properly, so she doesn't let go, trapped in a cage of her own making. She is the one who contacted Chizuru. She shows up at Chizuru's home, and wouldn't you know it, the guy who was interested in Chizuru happens to be there, and she was interested in that person too. She dug her own grave. She literally closes the gate and steps behind the cage. She dug her own grave. Thus does Sumi yet again return to her old status quo, enacting the past all over again, getting Kazuya a gift for his birthday and wanting to meet him and wanting to meet up with him to give him said gift. But something is different. She was about to reach him through the usual method, being Chizuru. However, so if you guys remember what happened during this date, right? Chizuru is going through some stuff, and Sumi contacts her to go on a date with Kazuya. Chizuru tells Kazuya, Sumi-chan wants another practice date with you. You'll meet at 10 a.m. at the Shinigama Prince Hotel. Okay? Sure. Fine by me. I'm off on that day. And why did this all happen? Sumi got Kazuya's birthday. Right? Sumi got Kazuya's birthday. So she literally wanted to give him a gift. That's why she wanted that practice date. She uses the practice dates to show him affection because he made her feel strong. She catches feelings for him. He doesn't catch feelings for her. Right? She constantly catches feelings for him. He does not catch feelings for her. In fact, he never even looks at her. Right? He never even sees Sumi truly. He never catches what she's trying to say. She's constantly trying to confess. But why does Kazuya never get it? Sumi never breaks her rental role. Okay, so what happened? Sumi in the past used to reach out to Kazuya through Chizuru to meet up to give him a gift. That's how she met him, to give him a gift for the birthday, and it ends up starting the movie arc. This time, things are seemingly happening exactly like that. But something weird happens. We cut to Sumi. She's just sitting down. And she wonders, how do I give it to him? Oh, okay, what the fuck's the plan? The usual method. Contact Chizuru. Chizuru contacts Kazuya. Success. I give him the thing. It's the usual thing we're all too familiar with. It's the thing she's always done. She goes to do it, and Kazuya already booked the date. Huh. Sumi cheers. You're happy, but this makes no sense. He hasn't rented her in nearly like 3/4 of a year. Like, it's literally been like 7 months, if not more, since Kazuya last rented Sumi. Maybe a full fucking year. They have not contacted each other at all. They have not talked or anything. Suddenly, after Kazuya meets up with... suddenly, after Sumi goes to Kazuya's house, or not Kazuya's house, Chizuru's house for Chizuru's birthday, and Kazuya happens to be there, suddenly he just contacts her? Isn't that weird? Huh. Kazuya reaches out to her first this time. Did you notice that? Sumi was going back to the usual method of asking Chizuru to meet Kazuya, but instead, Kazuya reaches out to her specifically, out of the blue, when he hadn't rented her for nearly a year. As if it was fate. It's too perfect. They even meet up exactly 1 month after Kazuya's date with Chizuru. When was Kazuya's date with Chizuru? It's specifically shown to be like, it's wow, that's kind of hard to read because of the picture, but it's meant to be May 17th. Kazuya's date with Chizuru was on May 17th. Kazuya's date with Sumi is on June 17th. What are the odds that it's exactly 1 month apart? What are the odds that Kazuya is randomly contacts Sumi the moment she was going to contact Chizuru to contact him? It's perfect. It's as if this is destiny catching up, showing us how history is repeating, but how things aren't really the same. We merely return to a point where we do not belong. That Sumi and Kazuya are lying to themselves. Why is Sumi suddenly reaching out to Kazuya? Is it really just his birthday, right? It's just his birthday, right? Or does she never actually get over him? He is her biggest regret. In a way, showing she never truly changed because she never truly faced the end. When Chizuru tells Sumi, he's always on my mind, look at Sumi's expression. She's illuminated, but she doesn't look very happy. Are you in love? Do you think you might be? Chizuru's like, I don't know. It scares her that she might be in love because that would truly mean facing the end. Chizuru not giving her an answer in many ways gives Sumi a kind of comfortable out. In that sense, Sumi is but Kazuya's mirror. She joined Rental to change, yet never truly changed. She wanted to become an idol, yet she's still a Rental girlfriend. Did she ever work on her idol goal? Kazuya is no different. He works on his physical change, yet his emotional change isn't really happening, right? So Sumi, going back to that scene earlier, shows Chizuru she wants to be an idol. Chizuru's like, oh, this is the Glories. This is the idol group. And when Chizuru finds out what it means for Sumi, she's like, oh, what a lovely dream. Let's exchange contact info. Chizuru exchanges contact info, just openly. Sumi never does. Kazuya is working on his physique, trying to get ripped, trying to be physically desired, yet it's all nonsense. He doesn't face any of his emotional problems of being unable to lose Chizuru. And being unable to let Chizuru go, he traps her in a relationship and does not allow her to fully experience her love for him, as she is too busy feeling guilty and indebted to him. He's still stuck in this moment. He never got over this. Right after Kazuya cuts his hair, you go back to his room and it's all messy. And Kazuya is like, who are you? He looks in the mirror, he doesn't recognize himself. And Chizuru says, despite that, I couldn't give him an answer in Odaiba, but on the way home, he told me that he'd wait anyway. I just don't know what to do anymore. She's trapped. She wanted to reject him. He didn't let her. He wouldn't give up on her. She can't do anything. Sumi is quite that same in that regard. In never truly chasing her dream or confessing to Kazuya, knowing she will be rejected, Sumi never truly changes and accepts herself. They did the same thing long enough that it went from a part of them to becoming a trap, much like AI or YouTube. Kazuya, before asking Chizuru out, says, am I just trying to make excuses again? Well, let's cut to Sumi. Sumi tries to hold this person's hand. Another swing and a miss. No matter how much I hype myself up, I still can't do anything. Minnie is literally this exact thing for Kazuya. Kazuya relied so much on Minnie to solve his problems that she transformed from a support to something that actively hinders him and Chizuru. She is like a properly trained AI program. It's like Pike Syndrome. Learned helplessness. Right? Kazuya conditioned himself, he couldn't do anything, he cries to Minnie, she goes and solves his problem, and by this point in the story, when the date's about to start, look at the joke Reiji makes. Yamori-san, where are you, Yamori-san? Oh no, she's not here. Fully dependent. It's a joke, but it's real. This is the irony of Minnie's words to Chizuru in chapter 414. Minnie tells Chizuru that failure makes us stronger, and that Chizuru is not accepting failure. Minnie is correct, but not about Chizuru. Her eyes are wide open, but she cannot comprehend Chizuru at all, viewing her as cautious. Okay? Minnie does not question why Chizuru is like this, not realizing it's because Chizuru has been failing this whole time. Chizuru is all too aware of death. It's not that Chizuru is afraid of failure. She's accepted that failure has occurred and that she's a failure. She has accepted that. She's trying to succeed because she's done with failing. She doesn't want to keep failing. Chizuru is the only one who's accepted failing because she fails all the fucking time. She fails constantly. She's lost her family. She's lost everything. She's the one who rejects him. She thinks she fucked up in rejecting him too. It's not that Chizuru is afraid of failing. She just doesn't want to fucking aim for it. It's not that Chizuru does not want to accept failure. She just thinks she shouldn't aim for failure. Chizuru is trying to succeed instead of doing the same thing over and over and over. What Minnie does not realize here is that she is describing Kazuya, not Chizuru. He is terrified of failure and losing Chizuru unlike before. In fact, this is how Sumi becomes central. Kazuya during the Odaiba date was acting exactly as Sumi used to, too scared and timid to do anything. We're going to read this for you guys. Thinking about it like that makes me super nervous. I can't talk. I have to be his girlfriend. But when I think about having to speak, I get so nervous. Look at them. Look at them. They are exact parallels. This is incredible dramatic irony because Kazuya got this date for Odaiba from Sumi in the first place. And guess which one it was? It was literally when Sumi wanted to give Kazuya a birthday gift. Yes, the same exact thing that is happening now. It is as if Kazuya did exactly what she did. He became Sumi. He became this person who learned and taught themselves that they are helpless, that they can't do anything. In the date, he's acting exactly like Sumi. He's literally not doing anything. And the one thing he was inspired by happened to come from Sumi herself. And yet, he doesn't act like the Sumi who steps up. He acts like the timid, scared little girl who can't do anything. The learned helplessness that Chizuru and Kazuya once helped save Sumi from is exactly what Kazuya is doing now. This was his mistake in the whole date. He never took initiative out of fear. Even fear born from love can lead the heart astray, just as Sumi stagnated. We haven't held hands all day. What was Sumi's entire fucking issue? She can't hold hands. What is the one thing Kazuya helped her do when they first went on their first ever date? He gave her the courage to hold his hand. In the Sumi spinoff, Chizuru told Sumi she knows what it's like to be shy, and she too messed up a lot when she started. But when she met all sorts of people, she saw that everyone is a beginner at some point, and it's okay to make mistakes. Well, I know what being shy is like. You do? Well, yeah, when I started this, I messed up a lot. Even she did. But as I kept meeting all sorts of clients, I came to realize they are all just nervous about this too. Everyone was a beginner at some point, you know. Then when I realized it was okay to make mistakes. I think that's the same with any kind of love, really. Lovers don't hold hands because they are sure they're still in love. They are taking each other's hands so they can grow together. They're not doing it they're not doing it because they're sure they're already in love. They're doing it to grow together. That's what Sumi misunderstands, and that's what Kazuya is misunderstanding. When Kazuya never held Chizuru's hand in the date, it was him not. The problem wasn't him not showing affection. That was not the issue. It was that he didn't want to grow and struggle with Chizuru. He was so busy looking at his own hand that he didn't share his hand with hers. In contrast, Chizuru is the one who holds his hand in the end. What does Kazuya say? I had never thought I'd be so happy not to hold hands with her. I felt pretty dumb about it all, but I let it sink in for all about 2 seconds. Chizuru grabs his hand. He was so busy being happy he didn't hold hands, he forgot what that even meant. This is applicable to Sumi too. She likes Kazuya but never put the time in to be in his life outside of their dates. She never checks if the cheer-up date went well. She just chooses to remove herself from his life as he removes himself from Chizuru's, all behind an excuse. This learned helplessness parallels Mami, Minnie, Ruka, and even Kazuya's family. It's not just the characters, but a social issue of conformity that's present in probably any society. Minnie thinks she's unfit for love. Mami is conditioned by her abusive parents. Ruka by her lack of heart. Through this victimization of ourselves, we set bad examples and make others feel like they are failures too. This is what Kazuya is doing to Chizuru now, rewarding her play, her identity, but not her love, because he hates himself and deems his love unworthy on its own. When we condition ourselves that things are out of our control, that we are helpless, that we can't do anything on our own, we make those who care about us feel useless too, because they try to help and give us what we want, but they can't, so we drag them down with us. We even see this indirectly now with Kazuya when he rents Sumi again. He indirectly robbed her of a choice. The clue was already there. What looked like fate and a perfect timing was actually a bad omen. This could lead Sumi to realize how she has set a bad example in her inaction. Right? So this entire thing that looked like fate, that looked like a perfect thing, was actually a bad omen. It was actually something terrible. Because she was about to follow the usual pattern, and then Kazuya does it for her. And it looks perfect, and it looks great, and you're happy. But it's actually showing you the problem right to your face, and you just can't tell. Because you're cherry picking. This to me is set up for characters to set a good example by doing something others may not like, but it is them being honest with who they are rather than making excuses, facing the tough choices others would disagree with, as Chizuru is doing now. We disagree with her. Minnie does not agree with Chizuru's choices. She thinks she's dumb. Minnie doesn't agree with Chizuru's choices. She thinks she's fucking stupid. You don't agree with Chizuru's choices. You think she's fucking stupid. We do not agree with Chizuru's choices. To us, it is wrong. We think she should talk to Kazuya or date him, but she doesn't believe that's right and won't be swayed by our criticism. It is the same with selling her house, rejecting Umi, doing the play, lying to Minnie, or facing Kazuya. These are her choices that she made and reflected on. She is being honest with herself and knows what she wants. It doesn't matter what we, the readers, think. This is literally Reiji saying to us that he is making his own choices and choosing who to listen to and who to ignore. Kazuya doesn't get it and judges Chizuru as cold. Minnie doesn't get it and thinks Chizuru is a dumb middle schooler who doesn't understand love. Isn't this exactly like the readers who criticize this manga? They just think the writer and the characters are dumb because it doesn't make any sense to them. Right? What does Kazuya say? She has nerves of steel. That kind of mentality is actually really scary. What if she just tosses me aside too? Minnie says she's trying to act like she doesn't bother her, but in the grand scheme of things, she's like a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love, beyond getting swept up in Master's aggressive advances. And yet, who's the one who's constantly getting swept up in Kazuya's advances? It's Minnie. It's literally Minnie. She's talking about herself. All of this is self-projection. You project onto the writing what you yourself are looking at, not what the writing actually is. Even if someone who knows nothing were to see, they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. Yet those who accept that they know nothing end up learning more than those who think they are knowledgeable. Many think she's smart, but she's not. She's blind like we are as readers. When we come to realize the true reason behind Chizuru's actions, once we open our eyes to the lies of our own perception, we can start to see how we trapped ourselves in our own delusion. I think Sumi may learn this soon and help break Kazuya out of his matrix, his false reality. It could be a rejection of how he perceives himself in her confessing. Rather than friends like before, she draws a line in reverse. She is not a wall anymore or a vault. She is someone who loved him. She is someone who loved the him he hates, and who he is now is not the same Kazuya from back then, but a lie. Yeah, so... Wow, I kind of called a lot of this, didn't I? Peace. Peace. Yeah, so I shared this. Love is not Rent-A-Girlfriend is not about comfort. Get uncomfortable, get good. Love is not for cowards. You won't always have an escape or be comfortable. You won't get an easy way out, and everything that you are will be challenged. You have to fight for love. It's not AI, it's not bot. It's time for Kazuya to get uncomfortable, get hurt. Love is not for cowards. He won't always have to escape or be comfortable. Everything that he is will be challenged. He has to fight for love again, not wait, but walk tall. Love is not AI, and it's not bot. He needs real effort. My point is this. Minnie and Kazuya are like AI art. They are like AI art that lies at the same time. That lies at this time. They aren't really living. There's something generated by others, a truth disguised as a lie. Chizuru is true art, an actress expressing herself through her lies, the truth underneath the 99 lies. She's challenging lies. It's like how AI lives for us, makes decisions for us, how when we go online and get caught up in social media, fighting amongst each other instead of really living, not forming real bonds with a person in front of us, but rather living the lie we convince ourselves we must tell. Kazuya's fear of being replaced is something he needs to feel again, so he can value those feelings he started to devalue as a byproduct of listening to his AI, Minnie, telling him he can just wait, and Chizuru will just date him. You cannot love another without loving yourself. This is why Reiji explores Kazuya talking to AI in these chapters, to create contrast between the real human bonds he has built and the lie of fake connection AI presents, both exploring how technology can connect characters but also divide them, how even people can lose themselves. Kazuya's journey is about self-discovery and autonomy over his life, and in a world where every single thing from AI to influencers wants to tell you what that is, it's easy for someone to lose themselves, especially Kazuya, who grew up spoiled and doubts his own self-worth. Kazuya refers to the cohabitation as a matrix, or as the matrix, looks at AI both during and after, and he listens to Minnie, who literally moves like an AI robot, and merely echoes back at him his own feelings. A fish can only see their own reflection in an aquarium. So we talked about all that. Oh yeah, there was this too. So I wrote a little bit about mommy. Should I read that too? You did call a lot, and I mean a lot. Thanks. So let me read some of the chat. I'm talking to you. Okay. Is Reishi Miyajime planning to make a huge arc similar to the Joy Palace Odaiba arc in the meeting between Sumi and it's I already said this. It's not going to be as big, but it's going to be pretty big. Maybe he's trying to figure out what a rental girlfriend really is, especially after all the negative things that were said in the media and Sumi helping him realize that. No, it's about learning what love is. Kazuya and Minnie are much like Nobita and Doraemon. Doraemon gives Nobita the tools to get away from the problem, but he is not helping him to become a better person. I'm not sure who those people are. I'm sorry. Any chance of uploading a video this week? I do definitely gotta upload. That's for sure. I'll try. I don't think the Sumi date will be like Joy Polis, but instead will be like the date with Sumi after Chizuru's grandma died. Well, that's what Joy Polis is inspired by. That's literally what I was saying. That Joy Polis is inspired by the date. Joy Polis is inspired by the date with the birthday gift, which this is also directly inspired by. So it's all connected to the birthday gift. Right? Sumi shows up on Chizuru's birthday to give her a gift. Kazuya's date for Joy Polis is planned around the gift Sumi gave him. And now this date is planned around Sumi giving Kazuya a gift. That is no coincidence because the best present you can gift someone is the present of being present. You know, you're present in their life. What is Sumi not doing for Kazuya? She's not present in his life. Just as he's not present in Chizuru's life. This is why the idea of gifts is so central. This is why the idea of giving is so central. Why it's centered around that. And that does connect to that scene in that you're referring to, the pre-cheer update setup, where Sumi does exactly that. Is Doraemon? Okay, fine, I'll look it up. Just give me a sec. Jesus Christ. Is that from Digimon? Is that from Digimon? Oh. Yeah, I know it, but I've never watched it. I know it, I've just never watched it. Yeah, I do know, I just never watched it. Is Minnie improving? Right now, it's not Kazuya that's not asking for help, but she is herself not helping, but not giving advice left and right like usual. Are you talking about Sumi or Minnie? Care to clarify? The date gave Kazuya the idea of how to help Chizuru through the cheer update. This time, Sumi will give him tough slap after Kazuya opens up about what Ruka did while tell him. No, if Sumi slaps him for what Ruka did, that is terrible. That is not the issue. I think Sumi should call out Kazuya for Chizuru. Ruka is not the issue. I think Ruka and Mami and Minnie will all be signs to a bigger problem. And that problem is how he's handling Chizuru and himself. Not Ruka. I'm dead serious. If Sumi slaps him for Ruka, horrible. Horrible advice. But that would be interesting. Go see Chizuru right now, thus leading to the impending argument Chizuru and Kazuya desperately. Yeah, no, what you're describing is too smooth. No. This arc will not result in Kazuya going to see Chizuru to apologize or fight or any of that stuff. I don't think so. I think this arc will result in Kazuya crashing the fuck out. I think this arc will result in Kazuya crashing the fuck out. I mean, like, losing himself and spiraling completely out of control. And he's going to become so desperate to save something and feel like he can't save anything. And only when he has that, like, moment of epiphany and realizing what he really needs to do will he truly reach Steins Gate. This is Steins Gate. This is setting up for the Steins Gate reveal, where he realizes he's in the wrong timeline and he has to fix things. And what happens? How does that happen? Okuba loses someone and starts spiraling like fucking crazy. I could definitely see that happening with Sumi. You know? I could see him making some sort of mistake with Sumi. He tries to apologize. It doesn't fucking work. I don't know. Something along those lines. But this is going to be the start of the spiral. This is where it really starts. Like once this arc kicks into the climax, shit's going to hit the fucking fan. And it's not going to be good. It is going to be really bad. What you're describing is good. What you're describing is too smooth, too traditional. You're missing what's in front of you. No. That's too smooth. That's basic bitch writing. You don't know Reiji. Sorry, what you're writing is very traditional and very basic and very predictable. That is not Reiji. What Reiji is writing is a massive fall. Like, so cataclysmic it makes chapter 218 look like a fucking joke. So we are at the hero's journey. We're at the stage of the hero's journey where the reward part, but instead of Sumi's birthday gift, it happens after the day. That's the real reward. There is no. I don't think you're. Oh, we are. Wow, we are. We are on completely different wavelengths. I see. God, this thing is so slow right now. I might need to restart my PC. Yeah, this is really fucking slow. Maybe it's the tab. Maybe I can close the tab. Because that happens sometimes. Sometimes it's not the computer, it's just the tab. Yeah, it was just the tab. Hero's Journey. We're right here. Literally, challenges and temptations. What is Kazuya saying? What was Kazuya saying earlier? Right? Kazuya was... Here, I think this one's the best one. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay, we are pretty much here. This is where we are in the hero's journey. We passed the first threshold. We are approaching the innermost cave. That's kind of where we are. We're gonna get to meeting of the shadow self. We're gonna enter the ordeal, and then we're gonna hit the abyss. Right? We're about to hit the supreme ordeal. We're about to hit the abyss. Okay, that's where we are. Right, we're right in the hero's journey. There's a part where they hit the bottom and a revelation occurs. This is where we are. We have to reach the revelation. We have to transform and atone. Those things have not occurred yet. Okay, and then the gift of the goddess. Once you return, right, when you return to the known, you get the gift of the goddess. What is Chizurushi's Venus? Right? What does Kazuya often refer to Chizuru as? Venus. She's literally in a play called Venus. At least it wasn't Made in the Abyss. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck... That shit was too dark, okay? Made in the Abyss is way too fucking dark, okay? Yeah. So literally, mentor, helper are generally introduced around this point. First, we have the subversion of Minnie being the mentor and helper. That is crashing. We need to remove the mentor and helper. Kazuya is reaching the person who he perceives as the mentor and helper. In reality, he is going to the abyss. He is being challenged by the real helper, the person who he actually needs to wake him the fuck up. And then Kazuya is going to hit an abyss. He is going to hit a bottom when the revelation occurs. This is what this arc is. It is a revelation. Resident Evil revelation, right? You're going to get some fucking revelations. You're going to sink to the lowest you can possibly go. That's where we're going. We're going down. We're not going up. We are going down. As they literally step down the stairs. Okay? Shit's about to get bad. And that is what needs to happen. It needs to get bad. In order for us to start going up, right? Refusal of the return, rescue from without, death of dreams, a black moment, dark night of the soul, right? The realization, crossing the third threshold, sacrifice. All of these things literally occur in Steins Gate. All of these things are literally part of Kazuya's journey. So literally, we're literally going to the bottom, and then we're slowly going to start rising. The rise is going to start after this arc. But it's going to be atonement and realization and transformation. Those things have to start happening. And then, after the third threshold, where the unification occurs, then we can start having the resurrection, where Kazuya gets saved in a sense. So, no, we are still definitely in a fucking low. We are dropping low. This is not any gift good moment thing. We expect the Sumi and Kazuya date something really bad will happen, but we've not seen a bad omen like the nightmare house and the rain. Well, no, because those things were misdirects. The entire thing has been bad omens back to back. I just showed you how the thing you thought was a good omen was a terrible omen. Do you remember how I was telling you the whole way the date started with Sumi was a bad omen? The very nature of how the date started was a bad omen because it highlighted how Kazuya was robbing Sumi of autonomy and how Sumi was going back to the usual path and how they're really literally reenacting the past. All of this is a bad omen. Like, every single thing is a bad omen. It's just presented as a positive one. Why? Why is it presented as a positive one? Because Kazuya keeps looking at the positive. There's no negatives. They're going to date. Everything is going to be fine. You're literally seeing it through Delulu eyes. You're literally seeing these events through Delulu eyes. Whereas the date with Chizuru should have gone really well despite how bad it looked. That was the point. The date was not supposed to go bad. The date with Chizuru was not supposed to go bad. It could have gone incredibly well. If Kazuya stopped looking at the fucking rain, if Kazuya just lived in the moment with Chizuru, it could have gone incredibly well, but he let the rain define how he felt. Whereas Chizuru tried not to. Now it's the flip. You're looking at this so positively, everything is so great, oh, it's so fucking awesome, and it's all gonna come crashing the fuck down. Anyways. Let's see. Kazuya at this point is like Anakin when he bought to kill the younglings. He is about to fall into the abyss. Not quite. Not quite. I don't. That was not a hero's journey. I don't think that's a hero's journey. We'll worry about that later. I think it would be interesting that if he and Chizuru did start dating, but it's not enough because he doesn't love himself. What if being Chizuru? No, they're not going to start dating until they resolve these conflicts. The setup is for them to have a proper foundation to start dating. For them to start fresh. What if Kazuya gets drunk and Sumi takes advantage of him without meaning to? Hence cherry poppin'. No. I don't know about that. I don't see that happening. He's never been out drinking with Sumi. And that doesn't feel like Sumi. That doesn't really feel like her. I think whatever Sumi is going to do is going to be a choice. And it's going to be a hard, uncomfortable choice. That's how I read it. Anyways, let's read this. In chapter 415, Mommy tells Kazuya she lost her earring. That's why they look for it in the car and end up on top of each other. In 417, you see her ear without it, but you never see the earring, did you? But you never saw the earring, did you? Is it real? Just as at the beach, Mommy doesn't see the same. Just as at the beach, Mommy does the same exact thing with a bracelet, and we never see her bracelet. It just never happens. She literally just says right here, oh, look, I found my bracelet. All good to go. But you never actually see a bracelet. In the anime, you do. In the manga, you don't. The anime shows the bracelet, and Mami pretends to find it right after. But in the manga, it is never shown. This intentionally parallels how we never properly see Mami's ears in the car, making you wonder, did she plan this from the start, or was it just an accident? She seemed surprised, at least, but there's a part where she seems kind of surprised when she's about to fucking kiss him. Right? The part where she's about to kiss him in the... Right here. Look at that. She looks scared, surprised. She's doing something a little crazy. When Mami kissed Kazi at the beach, she's clearly flustered. When Mami kissed Kazi at the beach, she was clearly flustered and freaked, making you wonder if she likes Kazuya. She calls him after he seemingly breaks up with Chizuru, again adding to that theory. 417 again places that in question, as it is both her liking him and maybe her just trying to get him back because she lost him. In 400, we are intentionally shown Mami wearing an earring. You intentionally see the earring here, but we are never shown it in these chapters. This choice is contrasted by the choice Chizuru makes in the chapter to sell her house. While we never see Mami's earrings, we saw Chizuru's home. We lived in it. It being gone is real. Chizuru made a real choice in this chapter. She sacrificed something real, whereas the whole point of 417 is that Mami did not make any real choices. That's the point of the steamed buns. It's not a real choice, just us seeing Mami's boobs are just as us seeing Mami's boobies are just our desires tricking us. Right? It's just our feelings tricking us. It's not really a choice. Isn't it ironic we never see Chizuru in chapter 417, yet she is the only one in that chapter who actually made a choice that was her own? While most of the chapter is spent on Mami's feelings, which are built on the lie of a choice, as she lives in the house of her oppressive father, who decides her future for her. Chizuru is able to make the hard choices to free herself from a prison of her home, to free herself from the past in order to focus on her future, to let go of something to truly love, to truly have something else. Be with Kazuya, whereas Mami is afraid to let go of comfortable pain to have joy. It's tragic in a way, because had their roles been swapped, maybe Chizuru could have also been trapped in a home like Mami. But Chizuru had loving grandparents who helped her overcome the pain of loss. Mami didn't. All she had were her abusers who taught her to fear loss. I think this is the lesson for Mami to learn, to accept uncomfortability so that she makes choices for herself and no one else. No one deciding her future for her. To free herself from her prison of comfortable uncertainty where she can't tell the difference between freedom and love. I wondered if it had been doomed from the start. I said I wanted to be happy with Toru, Was that just the instinct of a child stifled by her parents' protection? There's a much easier name for that than love. People call it a rebellious phase. I don't know which it really was. No matter how I picked apart my thoughts, I couldn't find the proper answer. I don't think anyone could. She can't tell the difference between freedom and love. This is why Mami's brother is present in many ways, both to offer frank criticism to Mami as one of the few people who can challenge her, while also seemingly reminding her of her comfortable childish privilege, that she is both right and wrong, that he is both right and wrong about her, and she must realize this. Mami chooses to take part in the questions presented to her by her brother, knowing full well that the steamed buns that her brother offers her are from her dad. She chooses an option without thinking it through. She got to get away with the non-option, just as she did with Kazuya. She doesn't see her privilege in her trauma. So she got to get away with giving the bun back and throwing it at her brother and saying all these things because she's privileged. She's not going to get in trouble for it. It doesn't fucking matter. Just as with Kazuya, every approach she does with him is a non-option. She doesn't really make her own choices. She leaves all the choices purely up to him. When she doesn't like her choices and she is called out for it, she lashes out, unhappy to be criticized. Ironic considering how she criticized Chizuru for her choices in the past and that she herself didn't agree with. It shows Mami has no true awareness of what she wants and who she is. Oh, whoops. When her choices are questioned, no matter how trivial, Mami's whole identity is questioned, and so she reacts. This mirrors when Ruka questions Kazuya's love. When the legitimacy of Kazuya's love is questioned, his sense of self is questioned, and he crumbles, losing control. Okay. Is there anything else? Nobody said anything else. Cool. These time skips, like this one of the week, are what bother me about Kazuya. The fact that he doesn't act to find what's going on with Chizuru if he really loves her. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. He talks about wanting to protect her and caring about her and being with her, and yet he's literally not there. He's literally not fucking there. He will feel guilty because... Okay, so I can see Sumi confessing to Kazuya, but Kazuya not knowing how to reject her will make him feel even more guilty. I noticed that I'm really bad at predictions. I mean, we already said that a confession could very well happen, but Kazuya getting like 3 confessions back to back, first from Ruka, then from Sumi, or sorry, then from Mami, now from Sumi. Like, Kazuya has to make some sort of fucking choice, and he's being forced to, and he's gonna spiral because he can't. He will feel extra guilty because he is there to use her. Essentially, there she is, essentially, and there she is in love with him. Yeah, that could work, right? I could see Kazuya feeling guilty because she loves him, but he's using her for his love for Chizuru, and he never really thought about that. I could see that working. Also, I would like to think Kazuya heard Sumi in the previous date when she told her, "I love you," and she chose not to hear it. No, he didn't. I don't think he did. I don't think so. What I could see too is that, what is it? Sumi also has to come to the realization that she has been using him too. She has, because she didn't resolve any conflicts, and she didn't really get herself in his life, and she never clarified, so how's it really his fault that he's using her? And that's something Kazuya is going to have to snap out of. Sumi may say something nice to Kazuya that's going to melt his self-hatred right after the confession. Kazuya will do something unthinkable of his character. He will cast his loyalty to Chizuru aside. I don't think so. That's pretty silly, sorry. That sounds really silly. Self-hatred doesn't just disappear. That doesn't happen. Sumi may make him feel good about himself, but your self-hatred is not going to go away. There's no absolving Kazuya's self-hatred. It doesn't just go away. And I don't think that's going to happen. I do think Kazuya is going to do something that's a little unthinkable, but nothing that would, like, truly assassinate his character. Reiji like, knows when to not cross a line. And I don't think that's gonna... I don't think he's gonna cross any lines that are counter to the characters, but there will be surprises here. There will be surprises. The discussion of sex is gonna be very important. Maybe they'll do something stupid, but they won't actually have sex or anything like that. I could see that definitely happening. Yeah, 1 week passed, and all we know is that he didn't even send a hey there message to her. Pretty much. Well, it's been like 4 weeks. It's been like a fucking month. He hasn't really talked to her. So, yeah. He tried to kiss Sumi or something like that, which is going to destroy Kazuya. So Sumi's goodness will somehow destroy Kazuya in a way no other character has done. Hard to tell. I do think Kazuya may do something he'll regret, but we'll see. I just don't know. That's right now. I'm not in the point where I want to agree with anything you guys are saying, because that doesn't seem in Kazuya's character. It's just something just doesn't feel right. I have to kind of get more of a feel for this arc, but I could see Kazuya being more assertive in this date rather than the date with Chizuru where he wasn't assertive at all, and it shows. Like I think there's going to be a spiral here where he's going to do something that might hurt Sumi, and he's going to spend so much time trying to make up for it, not realizing the one he needs to make up to is Chizuru and not Sumi. And the one who needs saving is Chizuru, not Sumi. It's natural that Chizuru won't care about Kazuya if Kazuya doesn't care about what Chizuru needs to say what she's going through if he truly loves her. Chizuru is always going to care about Kazuya. If you think Chizuru won't care about him, you're missing the fucking forest for the trees, dude. If you really think Chizuru doesn't care about him, you're missing the forest for the fucking trees. All Chizuru gives a shit about is him. She's sacrificing her home for him. She's sacrificing her past for her future, for her future with him. Chizuru is making all the sacrifices to make him happy and to be with him. It doesn't matter what she thinks he is amazing, and he's sacrificing everything for her. She is going to sacrifice everything for him. And if he is down and needs help, she will absolutely sink to his level to drag him back out. She will let herself sink down into hell if it means she pulls him out to heaven. Yes, Chizuru would fucking do that. And the fact that people seem to think she's going to be selfish and just toss him to the side, it really shows you don't understand her character. I wish we could buy next couple chapters like in Webtoon. Nope. In the words of Aang, when we are at our lowest point, we are open to our greatest change. Pretty much. That's the point of the hero's journey. I'm not sure if I got this correct, but didn't Reiji say in the past that he won't write stuff that could destroy the characters, but push to the limits, but never breaking? Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what he did with Ruka. Ruka's character is not broken. It's not character assassination. He just pushed the character to the absolute fucking limit. And I think that's definitely going to happen with Kazuya. Kazuya is going to be pushed to his fucking limit. He might do something that's bad, but not completely out of his character. You know? He could try. He might do something that he'll try to atone for constantly. And we don't know what it is. Maybe he'll yell at Sumi. Maybe he'll make Sumi cry. I don't know. And he'll try to make up for it, and he doesn't know how. And he, you know, a whole bunch of stuff happens. Anyways, yeah, I do think Reiji will. This arc is going to push Kazuya to his absolute fucking limit, and it's also going to challenge our understanding of Sumi's character and how we think we know her. Okay. Indeed, it's not a character assassination unlike a certain Street Fighter character. Oh. Poor Alex, bro. Poor Alex, bro. Fucking murdered that poor man. Oh my god, fucking murdered that poor dude. Poor Alex, bro. What if Chizuru calls Sumi while they are on their date, and that would be fun? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, so I'm pretty much done for now. Yeah, I don't really want to keep talking about the chapter. Like, I think we talked enough. I can feel like myself running out of ideas. I don't want to keep talking while we're kind of bored of it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to take about an hour to hang out with some family and stuff. I'm going to walk my cat, hang out with my mom, and then I'll be back, maybe like 3 o'clock, and we're going to start Resident Evil Requiem Insanity Run. Okay? So that's the plan. I'm going to end the stream, and we're going to come back in like an hour, and we're going to continue Resident Evil. We're going to do a proper Insanity Run. I have a perfect save, too. I have a save that like skips the whole intro, because we don't need to do any of the intro. There's like nothing in there. And so we can just get straight into the fun stuff. And you guys are going to see some interesting shit. I found some like cool skips that I'll probably fuck up. Knowing me, I'll probably fuck them up. But I learned some cool like speedrun skips. So I'll show you guys some really cool shit. Anyways, yeah, so I'll end it for now. I'll come back in a little bit. I'll schedule the stream. I'll try to schedule it right now before I do anything else. And then I'll see you guys later. I'll stream tomorrow, probably after work. Right. Don't see next stream because I haven't put it up yet. I haven't put it up yet. Okay. But yeah, I'll end it for now, and I'll come back shortly. So see you guys later. I'll be back in a little bit. Just keep watch. It'll be up in like an hour or two. Or an hour and 30 minutes. There we go. Hour and 30 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to end it. See you guys later. Are you going to syringe the big fat guy with the chef? And the chef? No. There's another way to beat them, and it's so much easier.